You better believe a wishing apple brought me here today. Oh, I love superb owls. Where will the superb owl be? I did not spend all morning singing. My voice feels very rough. I love superb owls. I heard Taylor Swift is dating one of the superb owls. Saying superb owl does sound like super bowel. You know, after you eat your mother's homemade chili and you get a superb owl. You can't be gross in front of me. I'm Snow White. Oh, sorry. You guys, you need to be careful. I heard a rumor that if you hold your eyebrows up like this, they'll stick like that forever. And I've seen Ariana Grande's face. Hello. I'm 31-year-old Ariana Grande. Actually, I don't know how old Ariana Grande is. She's a few years younger than me. But she's also a tiny baby. Tiny baby of a woman. This is coming from a 34-year-old woman dressed as a 14-year-old. So you don't need to listen to anything I'm saying. When I was growing up, says Rydas, baby, my love, my angel, you still are growing up, my dear. I thought the Super Bowl was some huge American cereal eating festival because it just seemed like the most American thing I could ever imagine. The Super Bowl. I don't know what the trophy looks like. I'm picturing the Stanley Cup. So I'm like, oh, it's like the Stanley Cup is like a bowl. It's like a metal wedding cake with a bowl on top. So that makes a little bit of sense to me. That's where I was like, okay, so they must have their own bowl. But their bowl isn't called Stanley. Their bowl is just the Super Bowl. As a Canadian girl, you gotta figure these things out on your own. Because people are playing hockey around you very quickly. Ariana Grande's eyebrows fit her face. I have this terrible feeling that she did a screen test for an Audrey Hepburn bio picture. And some awful producer said within her hearing that her eyes looked too small. And so now she's trying to shrink everything about herself in an attempt to make her eyes look as big as possible. So it's like the tiniest eyebrows, the tiniest nose. She stopped getting filler in her lips. She stopped having big hair. She is wearing a lot of outfits that are, she's doing the Glinda dressing right now for Wicked. But even, I'm like, is she really trying to, when I look at her, I'm like, wow, she's de-emphasizing everything about herself. And I'm like, well, what are you trying to emphasize? And I was like, well, her eyes look very, very big. You can make your eyes look real big. Especially if you go around being wide-eyed all the time. Sorry, I could see it coming to my life. Young lady. You're a troublesome dog. Come here, dog. You're a troublesome dog. She's a troublemaker, but she's my troublemaker. Yeah, she got a haircut, so she's much less fluffy, but she's a lot more comfortable. It's the Super Bowl because the stadiums are bowl-shaped. Oh my god. There are bowl shapes everywhere. Abundantly unhappy camper. Oh my god, what a blast from the past. Do animals care about us Twitch streaming? And my response to this is always just like ridiculousness. Do you want to come sit over here? Yeah, you do. I mean, I'm sure our pets wonder why we do all sorts of things. I don't think that sitting and talking to our computers even registers as like a thoughtful experience for a dog to reflect on, because we do so many. We talk on cell phones. I, as a person who enjoys her alone time, I talk out loud to myself. I sing out loud to myself. Do you think dogs can understand what singing is? Like, do you think dogs understand that you're singing along to the radio? Okay, so we have information about the Super Bowel. The name Super Bowel originated from Lamar Hunt, the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City, never mind, let's not worry about that. Who casually mentioned Super Bowl in a league meeting, likely inspired by his children playing with a popular toy called a Super Ball at the time. Although he initially considered it a placeholder name, the media picked up on it and it stuck, eventually become the official title for the NFL championship game. What? What? Really? Really? That's so interesting. That's just like a puffy vagina. I think it was the first season of Rick and Morty, they knew in the writing of the script that there was going to be numerous things that needed to be changed, rewritten, producers were not going to be a fan of. As a creator working underneath producers, directors, studios, you recognize that you're going to have to kill your darlings. So sometimes you don't even make it a darling. You just put something out there that you know is going to get removed anyways. So a placeholder name like Super Ball, which is a sort of misspeak, Super Bowl, and then it turns into the real thing. So in the first episode of Rick and Morty, they were like, we need to whisper something that this girl like was not going to be a viable partner for you because she had XYZ. And they're like, whatever we put into there, they're gonna make us change. So we'll just put like something we don't really care about, so that when they make us change it, it doesn't matter. So they put puffy vagina. Don't worry about it, Morty. Puffy vagina. And they let it stay. The studio was like, fine, whatever, puffy vagina's fine. And they were like, oh. Oh, really? Oh, we're sticking with puffy vagina. Okay. It's great. It's great. Only that one line out about it being like a super... No, Super Balls were insanely popular. I don't think that's, Do I need to, like, tape my jazz to my titty? I very well might have to I'm gonna tape my jazz to my titty. I'm gonna tape my tits right in. Oh, actually. Pup, I have no idea what you're whining about. No idea what you're whining about, but I'm gonna use you as a little armrest. Oh, she says, no, you're not going to use me as an alarmist. What do you want? What do you need? What is it? A deer wingless devil. Yeah. I look like an angel today, but I'm absolutely not. You know I'm not. Oh, do you want to go down? Just go down. Yeah, friggin' dingus. Do you want... Homer's not one of your toys. Jotaro's also not one of your toys. Hold on, she's like jamming her nose in the toy basket. Which toy do you want that you think is yours? Which toy do you want that you think is yours? Oh my God in heaven, how did she find this? How did she know? This was buried underneath all of them. She must have smelt it. Did you actually just smell this? It's one of her favorite toys. But this is the one that we use when we go on vacation. This is the toy that we use on vacation when we go to other people's houses so that it stays kind of nice and it's not like the one that we have at home, which is really gross and terrible. Oh God. Okay, fine. Happy Friday. You can play with the guest. You can play with the guest toy. Frostbite says some envious people would say your body is full of plastic. Oh God, can you actually see the... Oh! You mean plastic surgery. Not the inside my and also the okay, cool. I was like, wow. What are the filters available for you to be able to tell that I am full of silicone? Flared silicone. Be safe. Be safe. Looking beautiful indeed, Via. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm Snow White. I'm having the best day of my life. Any day that I get to be Snow White is the best day of my life. When I was a professional Disney princess and I did this for a living for like little kids' birthday parties, not in a dress this short and absolutely not this erotically designed, but the difficulty was that I was still very sexy, even if I wasn't wearing a sexy princess outfit. Like when I send people, my friends, pictures of myself as a Disney princess, they're like, yep, yeah, that's, if that girl showed up to do my kid's birthday party, I would definitely be fucking my wife thinking about her later that night. And I'm like, thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your service. And jerking off to me in an honest way. I just appreciate the self-awareness. Yes, yes, yes. Snow White is 14. I am 34. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I'm literally old enough to be the evil queen. Hey, where'd my tea go? Oh, it's over here. Oh, you know what else is over here? This amazing book, which each and every one of you should read. It's called Time for Outrage. Just tell me if any of this sounds familiar. Just let me know if it's gonna ring up. That's right, Kitty. That's right, Kitty. It's time for outrage. Let's get outrageous. 93 years old. The last leg of my journey. Stéphane Hessel writes. I have no idea how to pronounce his name. He seems French, so that seems the right way. The end, he writes, is in sight. I'm lucky to be able to seize the time I have left to reflect on the events that laid the foundation for my lifelong commitment to politics. I can't imagine so confidently writing these words, but this man knows what the fuck he's talking about, truly, and not politics in the way that has become popularized on Twitch, where it's about arguing and who can be the best at arguing. Actual politics, like the systems of governance that rule people's lives, not just the idea of arguing about ideology. Oh, a very important French diplomat. You'll notice as I read, his experience sort of frames him as the incredible man he is. The resistance. Say it with me now. The resistance. And the program devised 66 years ago by the National Council of the Resistance. For this we owe a debt of gratitude to Jean Moulin, who rallied together the scattered forces that opposed the German occupation of France. Those words, if they don't make tears spring to your eyes and a boner spring into your pants, you are not fucking alive. Resistance movements, political parties, trade unions, to unite them in their defense of France and their pledge of allegiance to the only true leader, General Charles de Gaulle. Not just a great airport. I joined de Gaulle in London in March 1941, and it was there, on March 15th, 1944, that I learned the council had drawn up and adopted a declaration of its policy, putting forward a set of values and principles upon which to ground our nation's modern democracy once it was freed from occupation. And that occupation is insidious, my friends. Today, more than ever, we need these principles and values. It is the duty of all of us to ensure that our modern society remain one of which we are proud. Not a society wary of immigrants and intent on their expulsion, or a society that disputes the welfare state, or a society in which the media are controlled by the wealthy. We would oppose such things if we were the true heirs of the National Council of the Resistance. Feels good to say. It feels good to think about. It feels terrifying to realize that we have to live it. That's what I love that you're like, the airport's not actually that good. Well, that's a shame because the man was excellent. Oh, God. God in heaven. That's right, puppy. That's right, kitty. That's right, chat. Oh, God, I love a time for outrage. I love a time for outrage. My mom and my stepfather got each of them, one for me, one for my brother, one for my stepbrother, in 2011. In 2011, we each got a copy of this in our Christmas stocking because my mother was like, things are happening, girl. Things are going to be going awry and around and not so right. And oh, God in heaven, you got to be ready for it. Reading those words in 2011 and again now in 2024 literally lights a fire inside of me that, like, I don't know what could quench it. Who knows? But I know that I'm going to try to use semen this weekend. You know, whatever you have available to you, you're gonna reach out to. And I know it seems so silly and so flippant to make that joke, but it's not. But it's not. It's not. Healing is an act of defiance. And jumping into the arms of men that I feel are worthy of catching my body is healing for me, and I'll do it defiantly. I did also talk to Mr. Daddy. I did message him, and I did say, I'm having conflicting feelings about seeing each other again. Yes. You're gonna murder me, aren't you, you crazy bitch? This cat's full of evil. Evil, I say. Thank God I trimmed her nails this morning. Too bad I can't trim her fucking teeth. She's got sharp little teeths. Mr. Who? I matched with a 54-year-old man on Tinder, and we went on one date. You're not allowed to eat me. That's right. I have a tambourine. Okay, and then the dog also wants to play fetch at the same time. It's kind of a zoo in here, I'll be honest with you. I have a tambourine. I will tambourine you in the ears if you try to bite me. Please do not bite me. I will tambourine you. I'm just gonna grab my tea. I'm gonna grab my tea, and you're not gonna bite me. Please don't bite me. I'm so scared. Just gonna put the tambourine between us. Just gonna use the tambourine as a small way to protect myself. You guys, look at her tail. Look at her tail. That tail means that I'm gonna murder the fuck out of you. Yes, exactly. Hello? Oh no, she's befriending the tambourine. All is lost. Oh no, she likes it now. We're fucked. My love. Hey. Hi. I'm scared of you. I know, I'm scared of you. So I'm gonna encourage you to, like, maybe go somewhere else? Do cat owners really live in fear like this? I'm streaming right now. If I wasn't streaming and I was just paying attention to my cat, I would have no qualms, no problems whatsoever, but I'm multitasking. And the reality is cats, like people, don't appreciate it. When you interact with them while you're multitasking, they feel like it's disrespectful. And cats are right. Cats are right for feeling like it's disrespectful. It is. But it's also inevitable. It's also inevitable that I'm gonna have to multitask because there's other things going on in the world. I can't just be paying attention to my cat, and I can't just be streaming, and I can't just be Snow White. That tail movement means happiness? No, that tail movement swishing back and forth like that meant arousal. And arousal is often used to describe sex feelings, but arousal just has meaning beyond that. Absolutely. Arousal just means activation. Arousal means energetic, full of potential, and it could go either way. It could be like fun and happy, peaceful arousal. It could also be violent, terrifying, nightmare biting. Hi, and then there's the dog who just wants to play fetch. Whew. It's a time for outrage. I encourage all of you to get your own copy. of his book and read it. Look how teeny tiny it is. You can spend less than an afternoon reading the entire thing, and you'll be better for it. And it makes a wonderful gift as well. Everybody should get a copy, and everybody should read it. I know, I hate that I'm right on board with you. And I'm like, I want to sit back and relax, which means you guys get a view of my adorable little shoes that I'm wearing today. Do you deserve to see my adorable little shoes that I'm wearing today? No, you do not. No, you do not. No. Not even a little bit. I know that you're not RuPaul, but when you say, how's head? I love when Ru comes in and says, how's your head? And it's like, oh, what would my answer be? Hello. Who do you think the new Canadian Prime Minister is going to be after the other one steps down? This answer makes me sad. The question's a good question, but whatever the answer is, who knows what the answer is? Who knows what I think? My feeling is, oh, I'm so sad. Oh, I'm so sad. I don't feel particularly inspired or confident. And every single day, I'm like, we need to go and we need to resurrect the soul and body of Jack Layton. Sorry, pardon me. I don't mean to put any sort of desperation on his name, because let the man, he deserves to live in the eternal kingdom of heaven. We just need Jack Layton to come back to life. Please, God in heaven. What I dislike the most, my least favorite experience that has happened recently, is that I used to have this really crazy idea that Americans would start talking about like invading Canada. You know, crazy, right? Like it would be such a crazy thing for Americans to start talking about invading Canada. But then they did it, and I'm like, oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. This used to be a thing that I would say in a hushed tone because I was like, oh guys, I don't know. Sometimes I just have like weird, crazy, bad feelings and thoughts. I don't like that my weird, bad, crazy feeling and thought was accurate. That's bad. That's no good. Yep, there are definitely people who have like their picks and who already like know who they want the next person in charge to be. This is a lot. This is a lot. The difficulty about talking about Canadian politics is that something that's quite complicated in Canadian politics is that Ontario is by far the largest population of Canadians. So our provincial government is pretty exhausting. I've also lived in Toronto since I was 18. And if you go back and you look at the mayors of Toronto since 2008, so like on a citywide level, on a provincial level, and then also on the federal, like on the nationwide level. Oh my God in heaven. It's an exhausting conversation. This is the thing. Talking about politics is not just philosophy on the running of government. We're talking about real people's lives. That becomes such an emotional, because I don't want many people to be able to speak about politics must put away their feelings about the individuals who are being affected by these policies, that makes me feel so fucking inhuman. I don't even want to associate with those people in that level or on any level, because talking about politics in an inhuman way, I mean, talk about Sisyphus rolling that rock up the fucking hill. It's like, what are we doing this for then? If we're not actually talking about this to acknowledge the individual human suffering and to focus on truly what is, I almost dressed up as a cow to talk about how we are the herd. We are the herd. We need to start recognizing that we are the herd. We need to look at our fellow cows and cattle next to us and say, you are just as worthy as important as I am, as fodder in this machine. But it's just, we are important. We need to band together in our multitudes. Oh my God, am I having like a full mental breakdown on stream? That's right, Val, let's play fetch. Come back to your body. This is why I don't want to talk about politics. It's not a conversation about policy for me. It is an emotional conversation about actual suffering of human beings on a base level that is so emotionally fraught for me. I'm like, how do any of you fuckers talk about this? How do any of you talk about this without becoming so overpowered by anger at the unfairness, overcome by sadness at the, there it is, overcome by the sadness at the vulnerable people who are continuously made to suffer purposefully, the disgust at the apathy of those who we think are our allies. Oh, heaven above, the performative justice. Oh, the performative justice. And I too am a fucking, I have done performative justice myself. I am not immune from it, and I'm sickened at my own actions and sickened at the actions of other people. And so I'm like, if I can recognize that I did it, why can't you? I'm not greater, smarter, stronger than any of you fuckers. I'm Snow White. So why is it so hard? Oh, in my heart of hearts, I am full of too many feelings to ever discuss politics. I apologize. Thank you for that $20, my used Corolla. Wait, like a Toyota Corolla? Oh my God. If you didn't get finger banged in the backseat of a Toyota Corolla, you did not have a good childhood. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, yeah. You get finger banged in the backseat of a Corolla under 18. And you go, oh, I see. That does feel different when someone else is in there. You're okay. Politics does make everyone go into like a mental breakdown. It's not a mental breakdown. It's an emotional dissociation. And for some people, an emotional dissociation from discussing politics is their bread and fucking butter. And those people are probably unaware that they lead very shallow and unfulfilling emotional lives because of the emotional dissociation that they readily hop into to discuss politics. And then I think there are people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez who are able to discuss the politics and be emotional, but then is fucking continuously harassed and attacked for, behaving in a nuanced, intelligent way. It's very disheartening. It's very disheartening. Thank you for the gifted subs, my sweet simping morons. Wait, Rightus, Vassum said what? Why is he talking to me this way? That's not a kind thing to say to somebody. I am also confused. Hold on, Rightus. We're talking about politics. I think for the sake of getting words out, he's like skipping over words. He's like, you're not a political leader. Political leaders don't play by the rules that benefit everyone else. Is that what you're trying to say? Well, I think he can be talking about me, and that he's right, that I'm not a political leader. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm dressed as a slutty Snow White, and I'm sitting in my living room. He's right. He's right. Yes, I'm saying that you are compassionate, therefore you are not a political leader. I get him. I get it. He said you're not a leader. He didn't, and then we hear the words you're not a leader, and it's like, she's literally leading this stream right now, but that's not that is a true specific context. But I love that I am starting to be able to become mindful of the things that you guys write to me instead of just being reactive all the time. It's happening. It happened yesterday though that I was just reactive, and one of you guys caught it in chat, in that like two of you talking to each other were like, I think she misread you. Yeah, she definitely didn't get the meaning of your message. And I was like, fuck, I'm still like becoming so reactive. I need to practice mindfulness in what you guys are saying to me and try to contextualize it, which is helpful not only for me, but for the people who are watching stream and don't want to hear me get like confused and stupid about nothing. You want to hear me get confused and stupid over how thick and juicy your cocks are. Every day, I don't want to love men. And then you guys entice me with like pictures and videos and really intense descriptions of what your cocks would do to me. And I'm like, oh God, I don't know if I was born straight, but I know that you guys really fucked a desire for cocks into me. Oh no. We're gonna perish in the miasma of our own design? Wait, okay, babe. Babe, what was that? Babe, what was that? And do you need a hug? Like, did you write that because it's the truth, or did you write that because you need a hug? I'll give you a hug. Oh, I think what he was saying was directed at me, but it was in a he was speaking very specifically to, V, you are not a political leader. You do not think like political leaders, because people who think like political leaders would have already put themselves into political leadership positions by this point in their life, and he is absolutely fucking correct. Which isn't to say that I'm not a leader of sorts. Oh yeah. I lead all sorts of things. You astray in your morals. That's the big one. I could say others, but that's the big one. You also read at 5 times the speed too. I honestly, am I reading or am I just reaching out and telepathically like imbuing my own thoughts into your brain and then having you type those out to me in my chat? Oh my God, I'm so high and I'm not even that high. Oh my God. What do you think Degrassi is an accurate representation? I never watched Degrassi. I hated it. I couldn't understand why it was so popular. I saw episodes and it was so cheesy and it was so clunky. And why would I watch Degrassi when Sailor Moon was right there and fucking... I loved like Danny Phantom and Fairly Odd Parents. Like, I know Butch Hartman's kind of an idiot and an asshole, but Dexter's Laboratory, like there were so many good cartoons. I definitely grew up watching cartoons. I did not like watching live action TV shows. I thought they were often cheesy and cheap. But the cartoons, I really appreciated how expensive animation was and the artistry that went into the voice acting. Thank you for breaking that down and not reacting right away. People are sometimes misunderstand. Yeah, it also helps that Vastfilm has like an intense amount of goodwill built up over like years of conversation. And so his, like, me and Ritus and Rich and everyone who's ever like read his comments before was like, wait a minute. It would be very, very strange for him to, out of nowhere, all of a sudden turn into this. So, like, we must be misunderstanding. We literally gave him the benefit of the doubt because that's what you get if you show up consistently. Being consistent is basically impossible, but we try. Am I in the right comments right now? Probably not. Exactly, many politicians silence opinions, even more so when they come from a woman. That needs to stop. Emotions. It's very bad how demonized having any sort of emotional response is. Because emotions are good. Emotions are wonderful. I know, Rich. I read his comment and I'm like, it's not... He's not wrong, but does he need to say it? I love feeling my emotions. I love that we understand also on a physiological, scientific level the importance of emotions. this isn't just something that yoga retreat people feel. This is something that thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of scientists believe in, that are emotions. And if you think of the word emotion, movement, motion, to go, that's exactly what they are. They're the feelings that propel us forward in life. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait, did we hit the goal? Oh my god, I'm so excited for the Faye Valentine cosplay. I am not excited to have my belly out on stream because I do not have like a toned, perfectly smooth belly. I have like a little fat, soft belly, which I find very erotic, but is not everyone's forte. I'm very excited for the Faye Valentine cosplay. Yay! How are we doing, Snow White? Oh, I'm so happy. I love being Snow White. I do. I love being Snow White. Yes, he said resting bitch face does not go well with like this outfit. And again, he's not wrong, but does he need to say it? No, he doesn't need to say it. No, he doesn't need to say it. So next Friday will be Faye Valentine cosplay, which is perfect because guess what next Friday is? Is it Faye Valentine's Day? Yay. It's Friday the 13th. No, Thursday is the 13th because I have therapy on that day. Valentine's Day is a garbage, disgusting, nonsense holiday, but we can also just use it as an excuse to celebrate love and not romantic, erotic love, eros. No. There's many, many, many different types of love. For all of my 20s, I never celebrated Valentine's Day with any boyfriend. Never, ever. I always made Valentine's Day in my 20s about how much I loved my mommy. So my mommy and I would like exchange special Valentines, and my mom was all for it because my mom married her abusive boyfriend who became her first husband, who was my dad. And then my stepfather is just such a fucking nightmare of a person. So I think my mother also recognized that like anything special from him was never even on the table. So my mom and I really like, it was so sweet. It was so fun. All of my favorite Valentines I got from my mom. It was about me and my mom. So you can just pick whoever you want to be your Valentine. You can just pick whoever you want to be your Valentine. It doesn't have to be your mom. It doesn't have to be your boyfriend or your girlfriend. It could be your friend. You and your friends can be like, do you want to be each other's Valentines? And you could just be like, friendship Valentines. That's absolutely possible. Maybe I'll be like, Brooklyn, I want to be your Valentine. And she's going to be like, no, I have a fucking fiance. I'll be like, well, it should be me. Or actually, wait, maybe my Montreal friend. I'm going to message my Montreal friend because she's single. I won't steal Brooklyn away from her fiance. But I'm going to message my Montreal friend and I'm going to be like, will you be my Valentine? Oh, yay. Friendship Valentines. Yeah. That's what I did on Mother's Day quite often because once my mom married my stepdad, Mother's Day was often my stepdad going to spend it with his mother and my mom just like being expected to go along with him, which was kind of weird and sad because I would have liked to spend Mother's Day with my mother, but she was busy being a wife to her husband while he was a son to his mother. So I went and I hung out with my grandma. I loved it. It was great. I would go do Mother's Day with my grandma, which was usually a day that like grandmas were kind of forgotten because it's mostly about the mothers. But grandmas are mothers. My grandmother. And I loved it. I loved it. I love my grandma so, so, so much. I miss her every single day. But then I also don't miss her every single day because I felt like the minute she passed away, her spirit was alive with me and like right next to me. My grandmother is very similar to me in so many ways. I'm just like kind of a little clone of her also. So my grandmother grew up in the Azores. Yeah, fuck yeah, island girl. And she was renowned as the prettiest girl on her island. Of course, of course, of course. I don't know if any of this is true, but this is like the fairy tale that I tell myself. And then my grandfather saw her and was like, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my entire life. She must be mine. And then they got married and they had a bunch of kids and they moved to Canada. And my grandmother had dreamed about me her whole life. My grandmother loved to sing and to dance. She loved to play piano. She loved to entertain. She loved to create the party. She didn't want to be the center of attention. She didn't want to be like all eyes on me. No. My grandmother just wanted there to always be a party. And she always wanted to be like supporting the party. And then so she sort of had this dream of like one of her daughters being a great entertainer, which would fit in really well with her desire to be an excellent hostess. And all of her daughters were like hardcore academic. Like my mother and all of her sisters were all like highly accomplished academics who had no desire to put on makeup and sing and dance and perform and to like express and to create art on stage. Not really. My mom kind of liked it, but when she was in high school, she did a play, and my dad, who was her boyfriend at the time, went to go see her in the play, and on the ride home from closing night, my dad said, "You're never allowed to act again, because if you can go on stage and lie that easily to an audience, how do I know you're ever telling me the truth?" And my mom was like, "Okay, I guess I'll never do acting ever again." So fucking abusive and manipulative, such a nightmare. So then when I was born, my mother was like, "Yeah, if you want to be an actor, go right ahead." And she did. She encouraged me, and it was so wonderful. I was so grateful. I feel like she was sort of not vicariously living through me, but I think it made her feel wonderful to support me in my desire to be, well, okay, so did like acting in high school, really enjoyed it, went to theater school and university, realized that the entertainment industry and that a lot of the people in it are narcissistic, scary black holes of nothingness, got really afraid of being in the industry, decided maybe I didn't want to be in front of the camera, maybe I wanted to be behind the camera. Then I went back to school to learn how to do makeup and hair and to learn how to be a person behind the scenes. And then in my 20s, I worked as a makeup and hair artist behind the scenes, and that was so wonderful. It feels very important to understand that as an actor, you're the last person on set and you're the first person who gets to go home. And every single other person is there longer and working much harder than the actors are. Like, unfortunately, they are working much harder than the actors are. The actors just get to do the performance. They don't have to create everything else around it that makes the performance shine. It's a very thankless job to be behind the camera in whatever capacity you are. And so now that I'm like more used to being in front of the camera and deeply appreciative of what goes on behind the camera in my own streaming life and in my own like professional working life as a makeup artist. I need $600, my friends. We should probably like put us one of those goals. Yes, I need $600 so I can go take an acting class. And this acting class is not necessarily to teach me. It's more to like re-hone my skills that I already have. And also, at the end of this acting class, there's going to be like footage, and I can make a demo reel of acting, and then I'm going to take that demo reel of acting and I'm going to give it to... Oh my God, I'm not going to vomit from the nervousness or the anxiousness of what I'm describing, which is a very natural and regular part of pursuing a career in acting. I'm going to then give it over to agencies and try to become manageable. Manageable. Oh, you don't. Oh, no. You don't need to give me You don't need to give me $600. You could. I don't know. You could gift me 5 subs, and then that's like $25, which obviously the government takes for some tax purposes, and then I put 50% of away into savings because that's what makes me feel comfortable and happy. And then so a small portion of that will go towards the $600 that will then become the acting fund. Yeah, it all trickles in. Just like your cum trickles out. True, and all y'all get is a paycheck in your name, 4 minutes in the credits. Pardon? Oh, you mean for the people behind the scenes? Yes, absolutely. Was your grandmother a good cook? I love Portuguese food. We cannot get around here or fresh sardines. Wait, I feel so bad that I was not like able to retain. if I was taught the names of all the foods? Oh, yay! Oh, yay, look at this go. Oh, we're trickling in. Yay! Oh, you guys, I'm very excited. I understand why Ariana Grande looks like this all the time. I'm very excited at the idea of becoming a professional working actor. I feel like my entire life has been building to this point. And that means I've never been more terrified of failing in my entire life. And I will fail. I will. I will do hundreds of auditions and come intensely close to booking opportunities that could change my entire life. And, holy Christ, and I will not get them. And those opportunities will sail past me to other people who are more or less deserving. Who knows? Who cares? But I know in my heart, Rainier Maria Rilke, in a letter to a young poet, wrote that to find your purpose, imagine you were told you could never do it ever again. Whatever your dream is, if it's skateboarding, if it's tie-dye, if it's coding, if it's 3D printing, if it's rock climbing, whatever it is. If you were told you could never do it again, do you think you could find a new purpose? Do you think you could survive? Do you think you could even thrive without doing that thing? Or do you think intrinsically there's a part of your soul, your untarnished soul, that would never recover from the denial of doing this one thing? So he was talking about writing. He was like, think about it. If you were told you could never write ever again, would it kill a part of your soul? Or would you find a new way? Would you move forward? Would you become a cobbler? Would you learn how to make hats? Would you get into real estate? And for me, it's performing. If you told me I could never Twitch stream again, I'd find a new way of performing. If you told me I could never sing again, I would play new instruments. If you told me I could never stand in front of an audience and just talk, I would find a way to speak in front of you. There's nothing on this planet that I feel I need to do more than, in my own way, to create art in front of an audience. It feels so good. It feels so fucking good. It feels terrifying because it makes you vulnerable to criticism. And indefensible criticism. There's no defense once you put your art out there for people to say, that wasn't very good, or I've seen better. Because that's the truth. The truth is, perhaps it wasn't very good. It's absolutely possible and probable that there are things that were better than it, which then relatively makes it not very good. And other things will be better. But you're not doing it because it's the best. And you're not doing it because you're the best. You're doing it because it's what you want to do. It's what I want to do. It feels so good to know what you want to do. I feel like for so long I was using my desire to perform to placate people in my personal life. I wanted to perform like the perfect girlfriend. I wanted to perform like the perfect fuck toy. I want to perform like the perfect meeting your parents and I'm actually a good girl in between. And now recognizing that my desire to perform is authentic and is genuine. But I've been wasting it on people who are undeserving of my greatest performances. Zach says, for me it's context dependent. Like if it's not available to me all the time, I'd find something else. And would that something else at its core be the thing that you love? Like if somebody said, if it was writing or skateboarding, and if they said you're never allowed to skateboard again, would you be like, that's fine, I'm gonna snowboard? And if it's fine, if I can't write, then I'm gonna start freestyle rapping. Yeah, Miss Tricky! Yeah, Miss Tricky. Because that's the thing. If your thing, if you can transform it and you can find a new way of doing it, if you got into a car accident and you were paralyzed and you were like, I'm still gonna snowboard, I'm still gonna skateboard. There are people with no legs who still skateboard. I can do it too. Then that's really what you are meant to be doing. But so many of us are just, so many of our purposes are hijacked by, oh my God, Miss Tricky, have you? I'm so excited, I'm so excited, I'm so excited. I have the school picked out that I'm going to go to. It's a reputable one that has like a positive atmosphere, which is very good because there's a lot of acting schools that are, they have like a sort of like negativity that like hangs as a gloom over top of it. But this one is really nice. I like the area of town that it's in as well. I like that part of town and going to that part of town. I'm aiming to do the classes in March. So we have all of this month to raise the money for it. I'm going to put my name. Oh no. It's okay. I know that I want to do this because it terrifies me so much. It really scares me. Good evening, Viking Bike. If I lost my legs, I would still find a way to ride a motorcycle. It might have to be a trike, but I would put all my energy into getting back onto the road. That is the intrinsic core of your being, which actually makes me realize, Viking, that, you know how I've been pretty insistent that I'm like, you need to read these books. You need to read these books. Miss Tricky, Miss Tricky, if you have not read It's Not You, Identifying and Healing from Narcissistic People, that is the book, Miss Tricky. That is the book. Oh my God, Ramana Dorsavula is just fucking fire. Every word out of this woman's mouth is just absolutely fire. She is so incredible at explaining the most intensely painful and complicated things in a funny, relatable way. I can't believe how often I find myself laughing and crying within the same paragraph. I almost died last year and it was so freeing. My love. Oh my God. Heaven wanted its beautiful angel back. I understand. I hate it and I hate heaven for it. Oh my God, what scary words you say to me so casually. Yay, thank you for the gifted subs, yes. Yeah, if you guys gift me subs, then Twitch gives me a big old paycheck. And then that big old paycheck goes towards paying for the acting lessons. Oh, I'm very excited. Oh, I'm very, very excited. Oh, I'm very excited. I'm gonna be an actor. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm gonna be an actor. I'm gonna be an actor. I'm so excited to be an actor. I always wanted to be an actor. I always did. I'm such a little character and I'm so excited to be an actor. But then I'm also very sad and nervous because I don't like doing new things. I'm full of terror, I would say. Just absolutely overflowing with terror. Do you guys know in Inside Out, Fear? And he's voiced by Bill Hader. I really like Bill Hader. He's in control. I was terrified of everything. Oh, and studying is fun. I also love being a student and I love going to class. I love sitting quietly and listening to people and like really listening and then feeling and then being able to like show them that I was learning from them. It makes them feel good. It makes me feel good. Oh, I was nervous getting into my multimedia studies, but I've been having such a freaking blast the whole time. Tomorrow I'm going to be manning a whole photo set for a school event. That's so exciting. That's so exciting, right? Yes. I'm not really sure. I do like feeling useful, says Zach, but I think it's like a core thing. I can contribute that in a lot of different ways. Yes, absolutely. And it's one of the things that make people like you such easy targets for narcissists of varying caliber. And we have to be so careful that being useful and our usefulness is first and foremost to ourselves. We put our own masks on before we help other people put their masks on. Give this woman a stage pronto. So you want more subs? Yeah, 5 more. I never knew Snow White could look so good. Oh, yes, you did. So you want to do like local plays? Oh, no. I don't want to do theater. I'm definitely excited to do film and television in Toronto, which has, because somebody asked earlier, they're like, so are you going to move to LA? No. No. I'm pursuing my dream of being an actor so that I can buy a $5 million house in my neighborhood. I'm not moving. I'm staying literally right here forever. I love it here. I love it here. I'm not going anywhere else. No. And of course, I keep dating the narcissist because the mommy... Yes, Tricky. All three of my parents, my father, my mother, and my stepfather, were all different types of narcissists. That's why Ramani Dursavulo's book, It's Not You, was so enlightening. Because I couldn't recognize that my stepfather's grandiose narcissism, where he just believes that he is better than everyone because he is a tall, like, wealthy white man. Congratulations. You ended up on the top rung of a ladder that you pulled up for everyone else underneath yourself. My father in the same way, but a very vulnerable narcissist. Vulnerable narcissists are people who are like, I could have done better. I could have achieved. I could have been excelling. I could have, if it weren't for this, 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 and this. If it weren't for that, and that, and that, and that. And so vulnerable narcissists are very enticing because they don't fit the mold of a grandiose narcissist where they think they're better than everyone. They're actually like, they seem self-aware of their shortcomings, but they're not. They're really, really not. And then there's communal narcissists, which is what my mother was. Do you think you have problems? Oh, you think you have problems? Oh no, you don't have problems. I see the problems in the world. I help these people with real problems. These are real problems. Social injustices, transformative negative engagements, like just like nonsense, just like this idea that like, yes, the problems of societal institutionalized injustice. Yes, institutionalized injustice is also bad, but using that as a sort of like excuse for not paying attention to your children is narcissism. It's narcissism. It's a narcissistic perspective that you are so important to society that your children should do without you is narcissism. And a very damaging kind of narcissism. Yeah. Tricky, get this. So my mother, for her entire childhood and adulthood, when she was working, was like, the work is important, the work is important, the work is important. And then the moment she retired from work, her entire brain collapsed, and now she's in a home with early onset Alzheimer's. It is outrageously sad that my mother poured almost every single waking moment of her adult life into work. And then the minute she retired, she wasn't able to enjoy a second of her life. It just disappeared. She just lost it all. And I think it's because she was so focused on the work. Her entire identity was propped up by the tent poles of her usefulness in her work. And the minute that work was taken away from her, and her husband was like, we're gonna sit down every morning and we're gonna do a crossword, she was like, I can't be useful in this way. And then she just vanished. Yeah. Miss Tricky says, my mom tried to turn me into her Finn slave, so I just cut her off. Yeah. Oh my God, she was taking her fucking money? Ooh, no. Oh, no. Oh my God, it still makes me so angry how much my ex-boyfriends financially abused me. It makes me so sick to my stomach to realize that so much of the money that I earned on stream, those men just like reached into my pocket and grabbed out. And I was like, oh, if you need it. Idiot. The Alzheimer's is so fucking scary. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But also understanding the neurobiology, the connection between the mind, the brain, and the body, and how choosing to be an enabler of narcissists will turn you into a narcissist yourself and will also eat away at your brain. So let's not. So let's not. It's been so difficult though, Tricky, because I I have a hairpin that just fell out of my wig. But I have a brother. I have a brother who's like my best friend. And I really loved my brother. He's my best friend, you know? And then I just realized that my brother is an enabler. Like, my brother has literally said to me, yes, I know that our stepfather abused us. And my brother can even recognize that the way that my stepfather would grab my mother in front of us when we were children was sexual abuse, was child sexual abuse. And my brother is still like, but our stepdad is doing his best. And I don't think that there's any best that anybody can do that is going to erase, like, groping a woman's breasts in front of her children. That's abuse. That is abuse. And I don't care what his best is around that, because he's not willing to admit that he did that fault. So I'm like, it's not his best. His best would be admitting, yes, in the 90s and in the 2000s, when you guys were very young, I would grope your mother's body in front of you to establish dominance in front of her own children in her own house. And that is childhood sexual abuse. But he couldn't, and he won't ever. And my brother won't even confront him about it, won't even broach the idea of having a conversation about it. And so I was like, oh, I see. Enabling this man's vision of himself is worth more than the truth. Very valuable lesson. Nothing is more important to me than the truth. She was trying to take my money, but I was pretending I was broke. Were you pretending because you just didn't want to deal with the backlash if you straight up told her no? Or because you know what? Because she doesn't, number one, that woman doesn't deserve Tricky's money, nor does that woman deserve Tricky's truth. Because the truth is, that woman doesn't deserve her money. But if she said that to her, she would be like, no. So in dealing with narcissists, you must be careful not to go deep. D-E-E-P. And so what Tricky is doing is going not deep. She doesn't defend. She doesn't say, I need this money because I have my own bills to pay and my own life to save for. She does not, she doesn't explain or even engage in the conversation of, like, why do you not need this money? Where is the money coming from or going to? And then she doesn't personalize it either. There's no personalization. The money just isn't there. I gave her $50 for gas and she went and bought weed and alcohol and I could smell it on her and it's so pathetic. Oh, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. No, I hate the financial abuse. I hate the financial abuse. You guys go gift Tricky some subs. I don't think she's even streaming right now. But do you know what the horniest thing for a Twitch streamer is? It's getting subs off stream. It's by far the sexiest thing about it. Because you know when somebody gives you money off stream that they just busted a nut to you so hard that you might have hit the factory reset button. You might have done a number on that person's neurobiological systems that they will feel forever now. That's a deep feeling of connection. Yeah, everyone go follow Miss Tricky. You'll give her some money. Oh, you're right. We were getting so into the conversation. We missed our break entirely. I'm gonna go take some pictures of my adorable little outfit and tape my titties in real tight. came back. I'm here for you. And I did tape my titty in. But, like, the left one wants to be free. Left one wants out. You guys, we cannot bring up narcissism around. We have to. We have to because I want to be an actor. I want to be Jessica Chastain. But to do that, we must recognize that the entertainment industry is rife with narcissism and narcissistic people, whether they intend to be or whether it's like a result of circumstance, because people like non-narcissistic people can become narcissistic due to circumstance, absolutely. We're seeing that in Severance. Okay, we can't talk about episode 4 of Severance because that just came out last night and there's some people who haven't seen it yet. But we can talk about episode 3. We can talk about episodes 1, 2, and 3 of Severance, which have been out for weeks, which means, like, if it's important to you, you would have caught up to it. We can talk about this. This is fine. And boy, do I ever want to. Because Dylan G, any Dylan, is not a selfish, narcissistic person. Literally quite the opposite. Oh, sorry, this is the ribbon to the back of my dress. Quite the opposite. He is intrinsically so generous. He is so sweet, so thoughtful. But when he told Irving, well, maybe you should just go look by yourself for the hallway that your Audi was painting. That was not... Oh, you slept through the watch party. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. You can watch it this weekend. You're going to love it. It's a great episode. It's a really, really good episode. I actually caught myself. I mean, we're not going to... No spoilers about the episode. No spoilers. No. But, I was screaming. I was screaming and crying at my laptop in my kitchen while I was chain smoking joints watching the episode. Sometimes I sit here and I watch with you guys on Discord, but I don't smoke in here anymore. I only smoke in the kitchen where I have my gigantic, expansive smoking patio. Yep. He dumb. So sweet, so cute. Oh, so he's kind of a fuck up. Oh, aren't we all? Aren't we all? And like Dylan's... Do you remember in season 1 when Dylan's like, I bet my Audi does muscle shows? Like, it's so sad. It's so sad and so frustrating that any Dylan's dreams of his Audi's life are so much more rich and so much more satisfying than like... I love Severance so much. So Severance really, at its core, is about the idea of the untarnished self. So this is an idea in psychology, which is quite prevalent, in trauma therapy, that each and every one of us as human beings has experienced trauma. There has been something in our lives that was terrifying and inescapable, and that is going to have an effect on each and every one of us. And that changes who we are on a fundamental level. It makes us more suspicious. It makes us more closed off. It makes us reactive. It makes us kind of less human and more animalistic. But there's this idea in psychology that there's layers to ourselves. There's different layers of our consciousness, the things that we are cognizant of all the time, the things that we are not cognizant of all the time, and this idea that there's a layer of ourselves called the untarnished self. The untarnished self that exists at the core of every person, and that's what Severance is about. Severance is like, what if you could access your untarnished self? Who would you be without any of the experiences of your life, but with the sort of muscle memory knowledge of all of it? Oh, Tricky, Severance is one of the best TV shows ever made. It is phenomenal. I love every part of Severance. I really, really do. It's such an exciting show. The first episode of the first season comes at you at a comfortable pace. Very much like the first day of a new job, where the expectation is mostly just that you sit back and sort of basically pay attention. And there's a few things that are quite, unusual, but then also you look around and you're like, oh, no one's really reacting, so maybe this isn't that unusual. And then you realize, oh my god, there's so much percolating underneath the surface. You go back, you rewatch those episodes. Oh, I'm rewatching Twin Peaks because I never finished it in honor of David Lynch. Oh. There will come a day when the sadness dies, but I don't think it's today. I don't think it's today either. Hey, I like it when you go deeper. That's what I say to the guys that I fuck too, so I'm glad that you feel that way about me. Oh, yes. I also definitely recognize that each and every one of us is severed from our work. We definitely all have a body language and mindset that is specific to our job, and even different jobs. I specifically chose to be a Disney princess today because I spent most of my 20s being severed as Snow White and waking up as Snow White. And it feels so good to wake up and be like, I'm just Snow White today. I'm just Snow White. I have no other expectations than to be Snow White. And what would Snow White... I sever myself whenever I stream. Absolutely, Miss Tricky. I've talked about that as well. Yep. That coming onto stream is allowing your stream Sona to take over. And the actual person that you are is sitting behind you watching, just hanging out in the room with you, relaxing, just not being in charge of the body or the brain or the mouth or the anything. And the stream Sona gets to take over. I actually fucking love it. I love it. Yeah, it is, absolutely, there's a severance. Which is why then it's so weird to meet streamers off camera in real life and for them to be the exact same as they are on camera. Because you're like, wait a minute, what? It's are you Milchek? Are you Cobell? Are you not severed? And then it's weird that you're not severed because you should be severed. And then it's wait, maybe you actually are so fucking severed. Miss Tricky, you have to watch Severance for Milchek, for Mr. Milchek. Mr. Milchek is one of the employees at the company, and he is so outrageously sexy. It feels purposeful. It feels purposeful that they highlight how sexually desirable he is, because it's such an unsexual environment. And so it is disarming and distracting, and it's just baby, why is your body going so hard? It's incredible. It's also just so wonderful and refreshing. I was talking about this with the poet, because I get to be on the receiving end of awoogas. When I come on to stream with my tits out and my thighs juicing and the mouth just talking about how much it loves cocks. I'm on the receiving end of awoogas. It's very fun. It's very fun to be a participant in an awooga. It absolutely is. It does feel good to receive an awooga. Truly. But, oh god, giving an awooga? Okay, Tricky. I matched with this guy on Tinder. His profile. He's a white man with curly, dark hair, glasses, a really interesting face, ears. He's got, a good set of ears on him. I remember specifically one of his pictures is, him standing, I think he's on the top of a building, and the sky is behind him, and I was just oh my god, I want to cut out your silhouette because I love your fucking ears, and, the shape of your, head and neck, and everything is just so fucking horny to me. Weird, but yes. So, I matched with him because his profile said sometimes poet, and to be honest, I hate writers. I don't like poetry. I find often poetry to be sickly sweet or irritatingly vague or just not well written. And I was kind of hoping secretly that he would be a terrible writer and I could like get out some angry aggression on a random man who I have no connection with. I feel bad, but I was like, maybe I can just use this person as a punching bag. How silly. How silly of me. How ridiculous, even in my thoughts, to conjure this. The Awugas are the best. He was on FaceTime and he had a hammer. What? So flattering. He was pretending to beat himself in the head. Oh my god, I had a guy miming. Oh, sorry, I missed the first part. I had a guy miming hitting himself with a hammer the other day as a compliment. He was like doing it on FaceTime with the hammer. That's so fucking funny. I have a little wooden mallet. Should I do it back to him? Oh my god. Because this is the thing. So I met this guy. I met the poet. We went on our first date. Wait, what was our first date like? Oh my god, what was our first date like? Oh, right. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I'm like, for our first date, bizarrely enough, we went to like a nice bar, but they set me, like, our table was like him sitting in a chair and me sitting in waist deep water. Isn't that weird? It's like, I walked in and they were like, oh, she's a mermaid. And so they got like a barrel and they filled it with water. And I was just sitting in waist deep water. It's so funny that that's my recollection of our first date because I was just so turned on by him. I actually like fully soaked through my underpants and was grateful for wearing jeans on the date so as to not leave a puddle. Isn't that funny how memory works? I was a mermaid for our first date because I was so wet the bottom part of my body turned into a fish. Oh my god, is that... Oh. Oh my god, I'm figuring it out. Who wants a unicorn? Everyone wants a mermaid. That ocean deep wet pussy. Anyways, very aroused, first date, great first date. Tricky, we came back here. We came back because I knew my roommate was going to be out all night. And I took him into my kitchen. And I gave him my tarot cards. And I was like, shuffle these. Gentlemen, go to the old school Riz. Here, I know, I gave him the tarot cards because I had this very clear image that he's the Hierophant reversed. Which is breaking from tradition, doing the unconventional, finding new ways after being constricted for a long time. And so I was like, he's totally the Hierophant. I want to see where he puts it in the deck. It's very important. And I gave him the cards, and he was shuffling them, and he was like, okay, they're done. And he gave them back to me, and I started flipping them over. And I was like, okay, not the Hierophant right away, not the top card. But, like, interesting. Okay, other cards, the, like, order of them was kind of... I was like, okay, what's going on here? Where is it? Where is it? I was getting angrier and angrier and angrier. And, of course, I flip over every single card except for the last one. And then I just oh, Lambo-san, exactly. I didn't even have to look at it. I know after I flipped over every single other card that I'm looking for one and I haven't found it, so it has to be this last one. And he's sitting there and he's just like listening to me talk about how I thought he was this one card and I was looking for where he would put it in the deck, and wouldn't you know, he put it exactly where it would have the most impact and the most meaning, at the very bottom. The last card, the Hierophant. I loved it. It was so fun. I was like, you need to leave. You need to get out. This is too perfect. It's like a TV show, and I hate it. Oh, right. I was like, why do my titties hurt? Because you're on your period. Yay, I'm not pregnant. Yay. Not pregnant. Not for lack of trying. Definitely been trying to get pregnant. As hard and often as I can. But not there. Jazzy. That was the first date. Tricky. On our second date, he was like, we're not going to have sex. Which obviously, as you can hear, is counter to my desires in this moment. Oh, I love trying to get pregnant. That's my favorite thing. I don't actually want to be pregnant. I love my birth control. I love my IUD birth control. I recommend... unlimited cream pies for life is truly the greatest gift. Yes, Tricky, yes. Yeah, I want you to try to get me as pregnant as you possibly can. And I'm going to revel in the impregnability of myself. And of the women that I love. Congratulations on your impregnability. Oh, yes. So we had our second date. We went out for drinks. It was very fun. It was really loud. It was so loud. I was like, I need to leave because it's so loud. He has ADHD and he's on Vyvanse, which fucking sucks a lot. But it's also fine. It's good as well. So I was like, I want to leave because it's very loud. I can't imagine how you're dealing with this because it's so fucking loud. And then we came home and he was like, we're not going to have sex. And he made me come 3 times non-consecutively. I didn't even know that was possible. He kept saying to me, I really feel like you're underestimating me, V. I feel like you're really underestimating me. And I was like, I have no estimation of you. I just feel like I understand my own body. And I didn't. I did not understand my own body. Yeah. He made me come so hard. The first words out of my mouth were, you hit my factory reset. And that was after like 5.5 minutes of heavy panting. And like me trying not to have a heart attack. He literally pulled my legs open and played my pussy like a fiddle. And was very casual about the whole thing. Was like kind of like teasingly mean about it a little bit. He like got up right behind me and was barely touching me. And was then whispering in my mouth, I'm barely touching you, V. V, I'm barely touching you. And I was like, I know you're barely touching me and I feel like my whole body's about to fucking rattle apart. It's amazing. I'm very excited for date number 3 tomorrow. I keep dating these autistic men that can solve a pussy like a Rubik's Cube. And like the speed of Rubik's Cube dudes with the pussy. Oh my god. Oh, dude, do you date yourself? Are you dating yourself? And I mean, are you actually like, you have a shower, you do your hair and your makeup, you put on an outfit, you go out to a bar, you order the olives and a cocktail, and you sit with yourself and you do whatever you want to do. Are you dating yourself? Because I do that and it makes me feel so dumb, but I like it a lot. I think it's good for me. Yeah, because then it's making me realize that every date that I'm going on is always just for myself. The date that I go on by myself is for myself, and the dates that I go on with these other guys, those are for me as well. Yeah. The cops are coming to put me away. Yeah, I'm always just entertainment. I have that so hard as well, Tricky. This is definitely a byproduct of parents who insisted that their children get on their level, where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna, oh yeah, you better be getting on my level. That's how you show love. That's a love language. Oh, that is such a lot. Getting on my, oh man. This is why I feel like I don't love my brother anymore. My brother is a 40-year-old man who has had one relationship in his life, which was basically entirely determined by this other. And then I'm also recognizing that my brother very much was the victim of his like narcissistic ex who used him for emotional supply and financial stability while she got her degree. But then his reason for staying in BC after they broke up, he got dumped by her after she was done using him. And then he stayed in BC. He, number one, was like, I really like the weather. Like, the weather is nice. Which is fair, I guess. Like, nice weather is nice. I can't argue with that. But he also said that he didn't want to come back to Ontario because he didn't want to seem like he was, like, running away with his tail between his legs. And that, like, the only reason he had gone to BC was because of her. Even though the only reason he went to BC is because of her. He has 2 friends in Vancouver where he lives. Miss Tricky, don't date my brother. No, don't. He's awful. He has 2 friends who are both, like, so flaky and introverted. He works from home. He doesn't exercise outside of his house. Because I was like, you should go to a hot yoga class. And he was like, yeah, I should. I definitely will. And that was like a month ago. And he never went to the hot yoga class. And so I'm like, oh, you have no follow through. You have a million excuses as to why you can't live your life. And I'm like, that's vulnerable narcissism right there. Ms. Tricky typing out, unlimited cream pies. For me and Miss Tricky. Oh my god. Wow, TwitchCon's gonna be so fun. Tricky, let's pick a nice guy and fuck his brains out together. I feel like that's good for you and for me, and we'll find like a really nice guy. Who do you think is the most deserving to fuck both of us at the same time? And to get to watch us fuck each other. I feel like there's some guy out there. Yeah. Maybe this poet dude. Do you want to come 3 times really hard without him even having to put his penis inside you? I was so amazed. Like, I know I can come super hard. I absolutely know I can come super duper crazy hard. But I thought that it took, like, penis and vagina sex to make that happen. And now I know things. And now I know things. Oh, no, I haven't seen that movie by Kevin Smith, but that sounds like a Kevin Smith movie. Ghost Baby! Ghost Baby, are you caught up on Severance? Whoa, max clout for that guy. How did we end up here? We've been here the entire stream. Go back to earlier in the week when I started stream by being like, whoa, I'm feeling a little emotionally overwhelmed because all 3 of the last men I've kissed really want to fuck me in the ass. And one of them is 54. And one of them is a poet. And another one is 6'8". And all 3 of them are separate people. And all 3 of them want to fuck me in the ass. And that's a mental load. Not just an anal load. I come easily and it's like, I sever and I get possessed and I'm a sex demon. And you know what? I hate that. I hate that for us. Because I'm like, we deserve to be present. We deserve to feel it. We deserve to have the tactile memory of each moment and not have it be so overwhelming that we're just like, oh, somebody else is taking over. There's, I call her the releaser. She's the releaser. She's the one who releases, like, laughter. She's the one who releases anger. She's the one who releases orgasms. She's the one who, like, gets to be, like, the gatekeeper. And I'm like, oh, I don't like that it's, like, it feels like someone other than me who gets. Oh, Miss Tricky, it makes me... You know what my favorite part of sex is? When guys go, and then you sucked my dick and it was the best blowjob I ever had. And I go, I sucked your dick? I have no memory of that whatsoever. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Because I completely dissociated from that entire act entirely. For my entire life, that's not normal. That's not normal. We get to process that in therapy. We get to process that in therapy. Why don't you remember? I mean, I remember other elements of giving oral sex from, oh my God, I remember so much from giving oral sex. But I'm like, what was I doing in that moment? I was like, I don't know, I was focused on their eyes rolling back into their head and the way that their mouths relaxed and like how their teeth looked from this angle and seeing the sort of like melting joy permeate every single crease on their body. It's just so lovely. Yeah, to literally feel like I'm like sucking all of their life force in and out of them at the same time. Like I have all of these memories, of course, but I'm like, what is my mouth doing? Like, what are my lips doing? What are my hands doing? I'm like, who knows what those things are doing? I remember certain things that I think were charming or hot. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's interesting the things that like pop out that you feel like how cold the floor is on your knees instead of like how deeply he's hitting the back of your throat. Sometimes you remember both at the same time. And then it feels so incredible that you're a human being connected between those sensations. And while she's sucking your dick, she's also thinking about playing Animal Crossing. Oh my God, only all the time. Like literally, yes, only every second of the day. Yes, I am definitely a succubus and I've met my incubus, for sure. I feel like I can feel my body and I'm having an out-of-body experience and it rules. Coming as a dude seems way more underwhelming and lame. I do love. How pathetic and weak you all look at the moment of your absolute bursting forth of your orgasms. Each and every one of you has that like Ariana Grande expression of like, oh, yeah. Just to see how like weak and singular you truly are is incredible. Can confirm. Yep. That's it, my dude. Oh, my dude. Oh, my dude. I mean, I think one of the greatest... Oh, my God. Stream Elements is done with you. Sorry. I thought because you had a VIP, Stream Elements wouldn't. Oh, my God. I'm dying. I'm sorry. I got the sleep out of my eyes. Oh, fuck. That's so funny. Oh, so edgy. Oh my God, so edgy. Oh my God. Yeah. And then I think that's why on our second date, the poet, who's possibly here right now, I forget what his username is. No, I don't. I remember it. It's right. No, that's not it. Where is it? It's in there somewhere. He might be here right now watching, so I have to always temper what I'm saying with the knowledge that he could be listening. So I can't be too honest. That I was like, I think that's why he doesn't want to have sex on our second date. Because it would give me an incredible sense of satisfaction to watch him come and to get him to come. And I think that it made him feel a little bit more comfortable and a little bit safer to be the one to make me come. And to like overwhelm me with his ability so that I had no like a chance to even get back at him. Also because he was just like, yeah, women often do not have a lot of confidence in their ability to give hand jobs. And I was like, I don't have any confidence in my ability to give a hand job. I hate it. I don't like it at all. I'm just like, God gave me a mouth. God gave me many other very pleasurable wet holes. Why are you making me use my hands? Why are you making me use my hands? And so he was like, all you can do is jerk me off with your hands. And I was like, no, don't make me do that. And he's like, I can literally feel the confidence seeping out of your body with every single stroke. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. He is not here right now. Oh, praise Jesus, thank God. Okay, cool. So anal, no. No, tonight I'm going on a date with that 6'8" tall guy who wants to fuck me in the ass. Mercifully, he realizes that he probably never will be able to, because he, while I was sucking his dick on our first date, felt my asshole and was like, oh, yes, that is quite tight. No anal, no. For some guys, anal is an absolute never, ever, ever. For other guys who are like reasonably sized, like not insanely maybe, who knows? I'm only 34. I've never tried it. But, like, I think everyone should try anal sex. I met a 6'6" guy who wanted me to fuck him in the ass, and that's what I'm into now. And that's really the thing where I'm like, if you're gonna fuck me in the ass, then I get to fuck you in the ass. It's only fair that we go on this journey together, especially because, men, your ass is a very deeply erogenous zone. You're going to really like it. No one's getting close to Tricky's ass. That's so hot. That's so fair. I would never. Feces is too disgusting. It is gross. Yeah, it is. But then also, lots of different parts of sex are very gross. Someone's gonna throw up on your cock one day. Sometimes you hit the gag reflex and it just happens. And to be honest, I think feces is less disgusting than vomit. Personally, having changed a lot of diapers, but never being able to handle cleaning up anybody's throw up ever. Like, if a kid threw up and I was in charge of them at summer camp, I was like, no, fuck no, it's somebody else's problem. I'll do it. Hard disagree. Feces is worse than vomit. Really? Okay, I know whose dick I'm throwing up on at Twitch. She's so banned. She's so banned. It's Bannerana. Bam, 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 bam. You know, feces and vomit both smell fucking disgusting and both trigger an intense revulsion, absolutely. Oh, stream elements. I'd say Rich is saying equally gross. Yeah, vomit smell lingers for so long. Vomiting is also very, like, painful and unnatural. Like, it feels terrible, it hurts, the stomach acid burns. But that is where feces comes and goes from. You know, well, it shouldn't, you know. Maybe not comes and goes. I don't know why I said it, like, shut up, okay? Shut up. I don't know the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm trying not to think of the dicks that are trying to go into my ass. Hasn't happened to me yet, but thanks for the foreshadowing. Now you're just wrong. Everyone poops all the time, but not everyone throws up all the time. Exactly, Pancake. To be fair, I shit every day. I know, but I don't vomit every day. Oh, Stream Elements is just... Please, you follow me on Twitter. Stop banning me. That's so fun. Oh my god, Stream Elements follows you on Twitter. So fucking cool, Tricky. I feel like both are equally bad, having had to clean up both. Yes, yeah. Baby milk vomit is the worst. Oh no, I know. I had a baby milk vomit all over my mermaid tail when I was Ariel, the Little Mermaid, and I had to keep doing parties with the baby milk vomit in the oh, it was such a fucking nightmare. My dick is getting burned from the stomach acid. Ew. Oh god. Okay, so who is bipolar? Oh god. Well, sex is now ruined. Appreciate y'all. You're welcome. I'm literally having too much fun here. Every day, all day, Miss Tricky. This is why I close the chat window. Every time I open it, weirdos popping up writing some kind of nonsense. And Rich Forever's just like, Frostbite, you do not have any right to say mean things about my chat. Only I am allowed to say mean things about my chat. Yeah, you're allowed to tell me how horny you are, but not even what you're gonna do with those feelings. There's lots of rules here, it turns me on. I came here to be lewd and inappropriate, but I forgot what I was going to say. That's probably for the best. I don't have mercy says, this is the best pose ever. It really is. It really is. And it's because it's comfortable and sexy. And I live for it. Embrace the weirdness or get the fuck out. Miss Tricky said more in chat than 80% of chat anyways. Exactly. We're having more fun just Miss Tricky and I having a conversation than me talking to anybody else in chat as well. Mostly because, and this is really the thing, Tricky. I'm like, if you and I had a threesome, I cannot think of a single content creator. I feel really bad saying this. I can't think of a single content creator that I'd be like, oh yeah, we should fuck his brains out. Not on Twitch. I have a friend who recently started streaming on Chatterbait. I became friends with him because he posts his gigantic, fucking incredible cock on Reddit all the time. He's had an OnlyFans going for a few years. He's Bulgarian. Oh, he seems fun. Yeah, I like him so much. He used to come into chat for a little bit. Yeah, anyway, so now he's streaming on Chatterbait. He might be fun. Yeah. Torlock, welcome. Oh my god, I knew a Tor as well. Yeah, he's a dom who he's a dom who's also a carpenter. Oh my god, yeah, I'd fuck his brains out too. Women have such varied types. Oh my god in heaven. Yes. Yeah. Okay, a man who's good with his hands. I'm listening. We love a handyman. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this poet. Yeah. excited to see, we have another date tomorrow, which we're both excited about. I'm jazzed for it. I think it's so funny. He was telling me that he's like, this is the worst shape that he's been in the last 18 years. I was like, what? Because he took his clothes off in my bedroom. Oh, God. Oh, my God. And my brain, like, started playing a brand new tape. My brain was like, please crush my head between your thighs. Oh, my God, your legs are so sexy. Oh, my God, your body. I was just, like, completely overwhelmed. And he does Muay Thai. That's his jazz. Every week. Every week, Muay Thai. And so he has, like, a really, really excellent sense of proprioception. He is very, very aware and very, very present with his body in the space. And so, tricky. We went from spooning, like, we're spooning, we're laying in bed. I'm, like, wiggling my gigantic, thick, juicy ass in his crotch, trying to convince him to fuck my brains out because it's all I want so badly. And he gets irritated. He's like, stop. He's like, get out of here. I've already told you that we're not having sex. Sorry, the underwire of my brassiere is poking me unflatteringly and uncomfortably. He moved so quickly. I'll never get over it. And it's truly one of the sexiest things that's ever happened to me in my entire life. We went from spooning to me being on my stomach with my legs spread open and him kneeling behind me so quickly because all he did was get up, and as he was getting up, grab my left ankle and yank it over to the side, which then, like, rolled me over onto my stomach and, like, pushed my ass and my pussy way up into his face. And he was just on his knees right behind me, and then obviously fingering me and, like, making me come so hard and loud into my own pillows. It was amazing. I cannot recommend enough, men, that you need to work on your proprioception. You need to have an excellent physical prowess and use and understanding of your body in space to understand how other people's bodies are going to move through space. Sounds like the type of man. Like you act like a woman and then play hard to get. No, I have no desire to play hard to get with him. I'm having so much fun being like an incredibly horny cartoon wolf towards him. And just being like, I jumped on top of him, I was fully naked, grinding every part of me that I had into him and whispering in his ear, like, I need you to spread my pussy open and fill my cunt with your cum. And he's just like, tell me more. Keep talking about it. Tell me, oh, really? Tell me more. And he's like laughing at me while I'm doing this. I'm so horny. And he's just telling me no. Oh, so fun. I much prefer him playing hard to get. It's way more fun. He's like, we were texting each other this week, and he's like, oh, fuck, like, I've not been sleeping well. I think I'm worried that I might be getting sick, or I'm just overtired. And I was like, is this a preface to you telling me that you're not gonna let me kiss you on the mouth? And that, like, sure, you'll fuck my brains out, but you won't kiss me on the mouth? This is crazy. I was like, does your kink know limits? Does it know any limits? Yeah, there's no point in playing hard to get. I'm impossible to own. I don't need to play hard to get. That would be weird. Be like a hat on a hat. That's right. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the monies. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, that air is over for me, but I'll be the voyeur. It's impossible to sleep. I just want to keep listening. No. Go sleep. Okay. I'm gonna take more pictures. I'm gonna BRB. Okay. hello. Oh, hello. I tried to tape my titties in, but the tape is not, I don't know. Sometimes you do titty tape and it's like glued on. It is there. It is an impenetrable barrier of fortuitous stickiness. And then other times it don't stick. Sometimes it just don't stick. But we are not gonna ruminate on that. The rumination is really what gets you. The rumination is like absolutely killer. Oh, sorry. Hold on. This is what holds the corset all together in the back. But unfortunately, it's kind of just like loose back there, which is not ideal. So let me tuck that up. There we go. And then there's also, this, which is like part of the outfit, but also kind of not part of the outfit. Anyways. What matters is that I'm here now. And I'm gonna get into my comfy spot. Oh, yes. So you guys can go and enjoy my Instagram story. Please go enjoy my Instagram story. Yes, I posted my adorable pictures, as I always do. I love my Instagram pictures. Cozy and happy. I brought my friend. Hello, friend. Hello. Hello, Tricky's friend. Whale, come back. Speaking of San Diego. And there she is. Hello. Aware pair? The aware pair. Oh, I'm here for an aware pair. I love rhymes. Hello. Love your streams. I'm having a good day. Hello. Hi, Nick. How are you doing today? Yay. Oh, you guys. It feels so good. It feels so good to come out and just be the most authentic version of myself, which is Snow White. But also to be able to come out and be my most authentic version of myself, Snow White, and be surrounded by people who are like, you know what, V? I do recognize that this is the most authentic version of yourself. And I love it. And it is Snow White. It feels so good. It feels so good to just fit into the square hole. Sometimes everything fits into the square hole. But it's nice when you actually do fit into the square hole. And I feel like I fit into the Snow White hole. Not the square hole. Her face is so fucking funny. That whole time. Oh my god, it's amazing. Not the square hole. Hey, you know what? Snow White is not just the first Disney princess. She truly is the grandmother of modern animation, where the first feature-length animated film was Snow White. Yeah, why aren't you Simps? Oh my gosh, actually that's such a good point. Simps, you're embarrassing me in front of the other girls. You're supposed to be like overwhelming me with gifted subs so that I can appear cool in the eyes of my peers. What is this square hole you speak of? Oh, do you not know the meme? Oh, it's a great meme. I feel like there needs to be a hole. We don't have a section of our day which is dedicated to being in touch with the joys of humanity. Every once in a while, by accident, we will stumble upon something that humanity serves up to give us joy. Like the square hole videos. We deserve more square holes. Okay, so I'm going on a date tonight. I'm going on a date with Batman. He's very nice. I really like him. He's a musician. He travels a lot for work. And I feel like I don't want to think too hard about any of the things that he's told me about himself. Not because any of them are red flags, but because I'm like, oh, I don't feel like a sort of like automatic click. And so I'm like, don't think too hard, because that's, like, you're gonna get focused on that. There's, like, not an automatic click. There doesn't need to be an automatic click either. Also, we went on one date. So, like, we went on one date. It was a really, really good date. He did drive me home. He did come up into my apartment, and my roommate stayed in his room. And I did suck his dick, and he did come all over my face. And that was fun and jazzy. That was good. But I also was like, oh my god, that's way too much, way too fast. Like, what are you doing? And the truth is, horny things. I was just doing horny things. Sometimes you do horny things. I'm excited for date number 2, where I'm going to tell him there's going to be no coming all over my face. We're going to have a regular date, and I'll come all over his face, if he's left. I'm sure Batman wants to fit in the Snow White hole, too. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Batman has always been very into Snow White. He might have had herpes, says Miss Tricky. JK, I had an ex who was a musician who got herpes after we broke up, and I don't know why he would tell me that, because now I'm telling everyone in here. There is nothing wrong with having herpes. There's nothing wrong with having herpes. I don't have herpes, but I have friends who have herpes, and I know that they feel a very deep social stigma, and you don't need to feel it. Cold sores are herpes as well. Maybe I do have herpes, but I have that, like, dominant gene. So it's, well, not the dominant, sorry, the recessive gene. Because I'm like, oh, everyone in my family gets cold sores, but I've never gotten a cold sore. Yeah, your ex is a piece of shit, so his herpes should be painful. Oh, yes. But then also, Tricky, we need to remember that our feelings should never be framed around somebody else's experience, especially not people who are so unworthy of us. Your rage is a beautiful, exquisite thing. He is not even worthy of your rage. Not even, like, the only thing he deserves is your indifference. He deserves to feel the social stigma. Yeah. Are you patient zero? Maybe. Maybe. I did have an ex who, before we had sex, was like, I need to tell you something. And I was really worried he was going to tell me he was gay. Because I was like, what? No, I want to, like, do sex things with you. And he was like, with my last partner, they found out that she had it. And then he got tested and realized that he had given it to her. And so they had been together for many years, kind of out of, like, a sad obligation, to be honest. And I was like, okay, so you've, like, talked about this with your doctor. He's like, yep, I take medication for it. It means that, like, the chances of transferring it are basically 0. And we still used condoms because I was like, we'll just be careful just in case anyways. And then I'll be honest with you, getting tested after we broke up and stopped sleeping together, and you, in Canada, get this, in Canada, you go and you get tested, and they only call you if there's a problem. They do not call you if everything is good, which means if everything is okay, you just have to sit and wait until so much time has gone by that you assume everything is fine. You're just, like, waiting for no call. And if they call you, it's to tell you that, yes, you need to go talk to a doctor because there's definitely something on your scan. But if it's okay, they just never call you and you just never hear from them. And you're just fine. That's how it is in Canada, in Ontario. It's not a perfect system. We'll work on that. We'll work on that. I feel like I've called them and been like, just tell me it's okay. And they're like, yeah, it's fine. Don't call us. Like, we'll call you. We're busy. I walked into something. What happened? Oh, we're talking about sexual health. Talking about sexual health, sexually transmitted infections, sexually transmitted diseases. It's like the uncomfortable part about talking about sex, but yeah. You have to talk about it. You have to look your partner in the eye and be like, what kind of person? How do you handle your sexual health? What is your sexual history? You just wait for a call or you just don't hear from them at all and it's fucking terrifying. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's an exercise in mindfulness. Because you're just like, please don't call me. Please, I just don't want the phone to ring. Like, please don't call. Off topic, just joined. I have the same Haku neck pillow in the background. I love it. I love it. That's the chair that I... I'm a creature of habit, and one of my favorite habits is reading in the morning. I love reading first thing in the morning. Reading books in the morning sunlight feels like the best use of the first rays of the day. So I love reading in the morning, and I have this chair back there because like it gets a lot of early morning sunlight, but the chair's so fucking comfy. And I put the Haku neck pillow on, and I like kind of bury myself in all the other pillows, and my dog comes up and and it's so warm. So I sit there to read, and by I sit there to read, I mean I sit there and I fall asleep every day. Every day I lay down there and I go, I'm gonna read a book. I regret nothing. I regret nothing. Yeah. I always thought, says Sam Dog, Snow White would be a good judge because she's the fairest of them all. Oh my god, there is absolutely a Law and Order Snow White sketch that I need to do when I host SNL after I become a famous actor. I'll be like, don't worry, SNL, I've been writing sketches for you fuckers for years. And it's definitely like a Snow White Disney style Law and Order episode that gets like really weird and dark at the end. Makes you think and jerk off and cry. I also have a Haku tattoo on my ribs, so you have a problem? No, I love Spirited Away so much. I love Spirited Away so much. Please shut the fuck up. No. Oh, the big milky poggers. How do you know the secret name for my tits? Who told you? Who told you the secret name for my titties? Okay, this is random. There's a German sex cartoon. It's really old. It's of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Girl, this better be in... A link to this video better be in my DMs ASAP. Like, yesterday. Oh, wait, 33. That's wrong. I'm not 33. I haven't been 33 for a minute. Oh my god. I feel like I shouldn't have my age in my bio because I have to update it, like, every 12 fucking months or something. I don't get it. And all the dwarves have huge dicks. It's literally sometimes the least... This was, I think, I don't know how to feel about this. This guy messaged me. He's like, hey, baby, I want to get you pregnant. I'm like, all right, those are the magic words. Say more. Tell me more. He's like, baby, I'm going to get you so horned up, so pregnant. I'm like, okay, yeah, for sure. He sends me a video of himself jerking off. His cock is monstrous. It's huge. It's obviously angles. He, like, knows. But, like, you can also tell by, like, the anatomy. And then the way that he's, like, jerking himself off, he's, like, trying to make it look even bigger. So I'm like, okay. But, like, that's still a pretty big fucking cock. Like, definitely 5 inches. Probably over 5 inches. Which gets into, like, very large territory. 7 inches is crazy. 8 inches would kill me. Are you trying to get pregnant? Yeah, as often as I would love to try. Not that I want to be pregnant. Is that big? I need to remind you that although you are jerking off to me, and although I'm dressed like a porn star, I'm not actually physically a porn star. I'm not actually jamming 8-inch dildos into any part of my body ever. Never in my life. When I got my IUD put in last Valentine's Day, they measured the size of my vagina. And they were like, oh, got a perfectly average, like, 7-centimeter vagina. 7 centimeters, you guys. That's what makes porn actually so impressive. These gigantic penises are disappearing into these tiny women. It is crazy to watch. It absolutely boggles the mind. and makes you want me to gargle your balls. But I'm not a porn star, and most regular women are not porn stars, and so we don't actually want somebody with gigantic, because this is the thing. The area of my vagina that needs to be stimulated to make me come is about 3 inches inside of my vagina. It's right there. It's 3 inches inside of it. It's not that far inside of me. But if you can get 3 inches inside of me and just go to town on that 3-inch area right there, that'll make me come. If you have more than 3 inches of penis, you're gonna overshoot that, and you're gonna be rubbing the side of your cock against my erogenous zone, which is not actually that erogenous. Sorry. Bigger is not always better. Guys with smaller cocks, guys with penises that are below average, under the like 5 inches, which I think is like around average globally, you can have very rough sex. You can literally jam your hips and your whole body as hard as you want into me, and that's what I want. Sex should be a full body experience, and it is frustrating and sad and undesirable that if your penis is so big that if you use your whole body to fuck me, it's actually going to hurt me. I don't want that. I would rather your average or below average size penis allows your whole body to fuck me without any even risk of damage. Yeah. I want you to fuck my brains out. I don't want you to actually fuck my womb out. It is not the size of the boat, says Jay Chosen. It is the motion of the ocean. I don't know how inches work. I wouldn't actually know how it is. It's all about the proportions. It's all about the physical prowess. This is the first time I've heard that from a woman, to be honest. I think women have been saying this, but maybe you haven't been listening. 3 inches is not 3 inches is below average. Got it. Snipping my dick. BRB. Amen. I would love to wear your outfit. It's a cute outfit. Yeah, penis is above 7. I dated a guy, his name was Mr. Touchy Feely, and he genuinely had the largest penis I've ever seen in my entire life, and it was never once pleasurable or fun to have sex with him, and I broke up with him because I was like, no, I like it rough, I like dominant guys, I can like wrap my mind around and perhaps even my body around a big penis. But I was like, no, you're a monster. I don't like you. I'm breaking up with you. Oh, you have no idea how much of a confidence boost this shit is. It's also just the truth. I'm not saying it to boost you up. I'm not saying it because you need to be gassed up. I'm saying this is the truth, and many women feel this way, but many women would never have the ability or the opportunity or the confidence to tell you this because it makes you feel vulnerable to express desire for anything, including average and small penises. It's a very knowledgeable channel. Yeah. Sorry, I was crossing my feet and it's making my left foot fall asleep. I just want you to know that you're cute. Thank you, Vegeta Ocelot. Ocelots are cute and Vegeta's cute, so you're probably cute too. Something tells me it was a different head that ended the relationship. Do inches work with decimals? Like, what? I don't know anything about inches. I'm a Canadian centimeter girl. Rough. You're almost more horny than I am. What the fuck? I'm just sitting here. I'm not really that horny. So your boyfriend needs to have a small dick. Good to know. Oh. What is it like being 16? Ban him. You're giving us a lot of hope in chat. A new after-school special. Oh, I missed the talk. No, you didn't miss nothing. Don't worry about it. I wish I had the energy to take a million photos of me in this outfit after stream. But I can already tell that like my energy is so low. My tits are also aching. My boobs hurt because they are swollen by hormones and the natural cycle of my body being like, you know, it'd be so fun if you got pregnant. And now that I'm not pregnant, yeah, that one. And now that I'm not pregnant, my body is like, I'm gonna punish you for not making me pregnant. And it made my boobs big and my skin bad. I'm covered in acne. And I'm very achy. I feel like I got hit by a truck. Ugh. I am on birth control. I have an intrauteral device, birth control, just right here in my womb. And I love it. But like, yeah, being on your period really exhausts you. Holy shit. I'm so tired. Oh, which one? Marina. I'm a Marina gal. Oh, I love my Marina. You guys can go look up my birth control and learn about it. I love my Marina birth control. I hate hitting that string inside. It hurts, to be honest. It's pokey. It does. It pokes you and it hurts. It hurts to get poked by the string. Which is another reason why you shouldn't be fucking my cervix. And why I like when your penis is maybe not even all the way inside. And it's just hitting that 3-inch spot. Just that 3-inch spot. Marina sponsorship. Yes, exactly. Oof. Oh, I'm so excited to get out of this outfit later. What am I going to wear on my date tonight? I think me and Batman are going to go see a movie. So that's going to be nice. I'm very excited to go see a movie. I love going to the movies. I love the movies so much. So we're going to go see a movie. What movies are in theaters right now? What movie should we go see? I feel kind of bad. There's a very real possibility I might fall asleep a little bit in that movie. It is absolutely possible that he and I will get cuddly in that movie theater, and I will lay my body up against his body, and I will go, oh, I am so safe. I am so intrinsically safe by the presence of this man who feels protective of me, that the first thing that happens is my brain goes into unconsciousness with you. Oh, my ex-boyfriend, the Big Turk, used to get so mad at me, and like, I can't even begin to describe how small and scared and sad it made me feel to wake up from a nap and have him just be angry at me for not hanging out with him in the right way. And like being so tired and so like confused because I didn't even realize that I fell asleep, and then having to like apologize and try to like justify, try to defend, engage, explain, and personalize to him like why I fell asleep when we would. The Big Turk. I can't help it. Part of growing up with narcissistic, emotionally abusive, and like outright abusive parents means that I have hypervigilance and hyper awareness. It's what makes me such a good Disney princess. Because I am very detail oriented, I can like juggle and do multiple things at the same time, which is excellent for a performer to have. But it's also because on a physiological, biological level, my body does not want to relax because it fears that if it relaxes, we will die, because there is no safety net. There is nothing keeping us alive except for us. And so the minute I get around a guy that I can trust and I go, oh, I won't die if I relax a little bit, I collapse into unconsciousness. It was very funny in Spy Family, in like, I think it's maybe even the first episode of Spy Family, where Twilight Lloyd, the father, is so relieved that Anya gets into the school and that his mission will continue, that all of the stress is overwhelmed in that moment of relaxation, and he completely collapses on the grass with her. And she's like, Papa, oh my God, what's happening? And I'm like, yeah, that happens. I know what that is, yeah. And it just like fall into unconsciousness. No, so the Big Turk would get so angry at me. He would get so angry at me because I was wasting his time by forcing him to hang out with my unconscious body. We were supposed to be watching this TV show together. We were supposed to be watching this movie together. We were supposed to be spending time together. He had an idea in his mind of what our quality time was supposed to be. And I was ruining it by slipping into unconsciousness because I am so exhausted from being hypervigilant every waking minute of my life. Woof. It's exhausting. So I'm trying to brace for that happening again tonight, because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to a movie with this guy. And I mean, like, I was so tired this morning after I walked my dog. Like, I stepped back into my house after just walking my dog. Oh, and I figured out why it's so exhausting. Have you ever stepped out into an alien world? This is a real question. This isn't, again, this like hippy-dippy emotional nonsense that is so pervasive. In almost every single way, living in... Yeah. In almost every single way, living in high secret gnosis. In a country that gets all 4 seasons, and all 4 seasons intensely, is like stepping out into an alien world, and it's exhausting. It's mentally exhausting because I know every single inch of my neighborhood. Like the inside of my eyelids, like the inside of my own pussy. I can tell you the cracks in the sidewalk. I know where the graffiti is. I am deeply intimate with each tree and with all the animals in my neighborhood. And that brings me an intense level of mental comfort when I step outside my house and I'm surrounded by my familiar circumstances. And living in a world with 4 seasons means that in winter, you step outside and everything is different. The very texture of the world around you is foreign and alien and unknowable and hostile. It'll hurt you, it'll trick you. It is not familiar anymore. It literally feels like stepping out into an alien world. And the only way that you're able to do it is to put on a big snowsuit, you know? And that snowsuit is also a sensory overload because it's dampening my ability to see around myself, to feel, to have the like air currents around me that can indicate if somebody's getting too close to me. So my brain pumps up into overtime to try to take in as much information as possible using my other senses. It's exhausting. It's alien. It's... oh, God. It's inescapable. The alien nature of the winter world. At times, it can be very pleasurable. It feels so lovely, especially with my heated vest. I really love my heated vest. If you guys don't have a heated vest and you live in a place in the world where you get all 4 seasons, I cannot recommend enough the heated vest, yeah. Oh, especially when it snows, says Ritus. I always feel like I don't belong there and I live up high sometimes. I miss the snow on the ground out of my window. You have to speak English to me, okay? No, let me feel the cold. Wearing a heated vest doesn't mean that you don't feel the cold. It's a heated vest, it's not a fucking womb, you silly idiot. The heated vest keeps you warm in distinct areas. Here in your stomach, on the back of your shoulders, on your neck. Those are the only parts of your body that the heated vest will warm. You still feel the cold on your hands, on your arms, on your legs, on your hips, on your stomach, the lower parts of your stomach. Wearing a heated vest does not insulate you from the cold. Wearing the heated vest makes you love the cold. I actually love the way the cold actually feels on my body because it is in contrast to the heated vest, to the comforting warmth on my neck and on my shoulders. That lets me know that I can feel cold and it's safe and it's actually good to feel cold because it means that I'm really feeling. I'm in Texas, baby, and it's hot as fuck year round. Oh, my love, my stupid, stupid, sweet boy. Texas is not hot all year round. Your houses are not insulated and you are not going to be ready for the snowstorms that are coming to you. People actually die because it's not hot all the time in Texas. Do you realize? I love having all 4 seasons so very much. It's why I don't want to live anywhere but other in Toronto. V's Reddit page has the most hardcore loyalist gooners on the net. They would march on her orders. Oh, I love how horny you guys are for me on Reddit. I go and I upvote all the comments. You guys are getting upvotes from me, InvaderVie. I love all the horny things you guys say to me. My Reddit page is one of my favorite things, truly. I was debating on buying heated undergarments for riding in winter, but good quality sets seemed unreasonably expensive. Biking Viking, get the vest. Just get one vest. Just buy one single heated vest. The vest itself is around $100, and the battery pack is about $100. So it's about $200 for a heated vest. But when you look at it that way, where you're like, okay, well, I'm paying about $100 for the battery, which needs to last a long time and power the vest, and then the vest itself is about $100 worth of like fabric and material and wires. It's actually okay. It means that when you want to replace one or the other, it feels kind of okay because it's like half the cost of the entire thing. Please, I cannot recommend the heated vest enough to everyone. I want to get one without the battery and instead, no, my love, Biking Viking, the way that you do it is you create an attachment to charge your extra battery using the bike. It is not wise to charge and to power your garments with what you're using. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. But you have two batteries and then you're charging one and you're using the other. Yes, let's do that. It's impossible to not be horny when you're around. I'm also just very horny. I'm very horny for, like, not even... I'm not just horny because of where I am in my menstrual cycle, in my moon cycle, which I am. Very horny because of that. And I'm not just horny because I've come off of SSRIs. How long ago was October? November? Like months ago? Not just because of that as well, which is amazing. Being able to feel my body and not be overcome with anxiety is huge. But also where I am literally in my life as a 34-year-old woman turning 35. I am here in my sexual prime. Which is probably why the poet was able to coax all three of those orgasms out of me. Oh my god, you guys, he went down on me? Oh my god, like... First of all, his hair is so thick. He's just got like incredibly thick, dark, curly hair, which is my absolute favorite, and the most beautiful green eyes you ever saw. Oh my god in heaven. I really had to like control myself to not grab his head hard and like really grind my pussy into his mouth because I was in heaven. I came so hard, I can't even remember it. I blacked out. I came so hard, I blacked out. I just know that I like touched the source code of eternity and I channeled every instance of pleasure and joy that has ever been on this planet in that moment into his mouth. So what I'm really excited about is that a few years ago, stupidly, I dated a drug dealer. He was awful. Not good. He was bad. But while I was dating this drug dealer and he was fucking my brains out, suddenly he and I both were aware that we were soaking wet. And I mean like from below my eyebrows to my ankles, I was soaking wet. And he also, I could see, was soaking wet. And we both were like, did somebody just drop a water balloon through the ceiling? Why are we soaking wet? I squirted. I had no idea. I had no idea. So I can squirt. It has happened. And I was talking to the poet, and I told him this. I was like, I've squirted before. It's happened. I've done it. I wasn't aware of what was happening or how I did it. So this is the goal now. This is like what we need to work on. You need to make me squirt. And he's like, I feel very confident. Actually, you know what? Do you want me to read? Should I read our conversation? Who is the poet? He's this guy I'm seeing. Let's see. We talk a lot. I don't know where. I wish there was like a faster way, like in Discord. But we're not talking on Discord, so I can't like search by words. My job here is done. But you didn't do anything. And then Tuxedo Mask leaves. Yup. Okay, good stuff. Yeah. He said, I like being attracted to you. It made me so happy. I was like, tell me more about that. What should we do for date number 3? Maybe a movie or like a day date? And my response was, I'm being such a good girl and I'm not immediately saying sex. Except that I did immediately and only say sex. I was not being a good girl. Not at all. I was being bad and just telling him, what do you want to do on the 3rd date? And I'm like, I'm not immediately telling you that I want you to fuck my brains out, but I am. Bad girl. I think we're getting close. Fuck. Oh, yeah, these conversations are just like so all over the place. It's hard to remember. Wait, maybe here? Oh, fuck my life. Okay, yes. Here we go. I said, I woke up, I immediately made myself come thinking about you. And he's like, that's nice. And I was like, yeah. He's like, oh, this is like the most dirty talking I've like done basically in my life, I think. And he's like, I'm more of like a dirty talking person, not like in text. And I told him that I was like, I feel like I've been doing dirty talk training my whole life and I'm good at it. And now you come in and you're like, oh, by the way, this is my first day of like hardcore dirty talk and you've turned me into a fucking puddle. And I said, I'm a puddle, the poet. I used to be a woman. Men called me goddess. And he said, I'll call you goddess. I'm barely touching you, goddess. And I was like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna haunt this man. I'm gonna kill him the way that he killed me. I can't remember where I told him about the squirting. I think I might have done it in a voice note, which means I'm looking for the text message part of it, and there is no text message part of it because I did it in a voice note. Who the fuck are you and why the fuck are you being this way? I don't care for that at all. All of this is to say, I'm very excited to be in my sexual prime and to actually meet somebody who can match me in my sexual prime and like explore that with me. I feel like I hit the jackpot. And then also that there's no expectation of this. Your phone screen is visible, by the way, from where it is right here. Let's make that less visible. Okay. Yeah. I have it on Do Not Disturb, so it's okay. There's not a lot of stuff. There's not usually things that pop up that I have to be too worried about. Yeah, it sounds like you're truly living this part of your life in a fulfilled way. Feels really, really good. Sorry, especially yes, because he just got out of a 6-year relationship. So we're both very much like, this is so fun that we're friends and we're fooling around and we're both single people who are dating other people. It's nice. Like he went on a date earlier this week and I had all of the thoughts of like, oh, like what if he likes her better? Like what if he goes on a date with her? And he messages me afterwards and he says, wow, I really met somebody and I connected with them in a way that I never thought possible, so you're never gonna hear from me again. Which is possible because it happens. It really does. I'm like, how would that make me feel? Part of me is devastated because I'm like, no, the potential for us is so valuable to me. I don't want to get rid of it. But then mindfulness is recognizing that that's all it really is potential. And the potential that I have with him is because of me. It's not because of him. I can have that potential with other people. So anyways, he went on a date with somebody else. It was good. We talked afterwards. Not about his date, but he just wanted to talk to me about me and us about us. And I was like, oh, okay, that's a good sign. And it feels wonderful. It feels very, very wonderful. The stakes are so low, which means the opportunities are so high. Ah, yeah. Oh, yay. I don't know if anyone cares, but you managed to escape your nicotine addiction after smoking since you were like a 12 or 13. That's fucking huge. That is huge. Everybody please give a shout out to my man for quitting cigarette smoking. No more nicotine, my boys. Just put on this outfit and I'm sure it'll come back. Let's go back to happy thoughts about being a puddle. How can you look so egoist? What's egoist? And innocent at the same time? Just to be clear. So you're telling me that I look like I'm full of myself? I don't want to be rude, but I think you're so fucking stupid you don't even know what you're seeing. I have put tons of time, energy, effort, and focus into this cosplay. That does not in any way reflect some sort of negative ego or narcissism. What you're viewing is hard work and talent coming together. When you see someone who is naturally talented put lots of work into themselves, they appear accomplished. And that's not to say that I'm a narcissist or I have like an undeservingly huge ego. I've just actually worked very hard to bring myself to this position. And I mean, yeah, we banned that guy, but how incredibly insulting for him to imply in any way that I'm undeserving of everything I've given myself and worked for. That's crazy. That's some crazy shit. I won't tolerate it. I don't think any of you should tolerate it. Okay, last break of the stream. Oh my god, and I need it. I need to breathe. BRB. Hello, I've returned. Yeah, don't test us right now. Viewers, I'm telling you, do not test the moderators. The moderators are not to be tested. Oh, what's good, Stoic J? I'm here, trying to keep my titty tape in. Why? You know why? It's because, so I taped my bra to my skin, which is good. That's good. But I wanted to tape my top to my skin. And that didn't go on as well as... Are you Snow White today? I am Snow White today. Hello. Hello, I'm your Snowy White. Yeah, because it's not only snowy outside, but she's like my favorite Disney princess that I got to play when I was a professional Disney princess. Yeah. So it feels so good. It feels so natural. It feels so right. Oh, sorry. This is the string that holds the back of the corset all together, which is good and jazzy. And then there's also a bow back here, but I like put it into a nice bow for the photo that I just posted on Instagram. You guys go check out the photo that I posted on Instagram of this amazing outfit. You love it. You'll live for it. So you know what I'm looking forward to? Toronto Comic Con. Yay, Toronto Comic Con. Toronto Comic Con is happening in March this year. I already bought my tickets. I'm very excited. I get to pick what cosplays I want to do. I think I'm going to go for all 3 days. If you're in Toronto, you might see me. But also, I'm not going to make it too easy to find me at Comic-Con because I don't want you to cut my head off. Is Toronto Comic-Con a good con? Yeah. Yes. I'm mostly very excited to connect with other nerds in my community because I really would love to do a Lilith Morningstar cosplay from Has-Been Hotel. If you go ahead and Google Has-Been Hotel, Lilith, you can do Has-Been Hotel Lilith Morningstar if you want, but I think it's enough to just type in Has-Been Hotel Lilith. I really want to do a Lilith cosplay. Would you go to this convention if it weren't in Toronto? I don't really like I get kind of what you're getting at with that question. But I feel like I wouldn't live in Toronto if I wouldn't go to conventions in Toronto. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I want to go to this convention because the people who show up are good. Yeah, because they're good Toronto people. I can't like speak for people who are outside of Toronto coming. Oh, moderators, let's ban the chatter who said Lilith, ew, out of so many options. Oh, let me just say, please go fuck yourself. Very glad to tell that guy to go fuck himself. I feel like you talking about squirting was the most fun. Oh my god, I'm so excited at the possibility that I'm gonna come back on Monday and be like, guess who squirted this weekend? Yeah, that guy is disgusting. That man was a terrible, disgusting, vile, wretched cockroach who somehow wandered into my stream. Somebody please gift me some subs to cleanse the palate of that man's revolting nature. Yuck. But is squirt pee? No. No, it's not pee. It's missing some fundamental chemical components of urine. So it's definitely not pee. Does it come out of the urethra? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I might be misremembering, but I remember you talking about a dickathon sometime. What is it, though? I talk about a lot of stuff. That doesn't mean that any of it's real. I can't begin to explain what a dickathon could or would or should be, but I want to be a part of it, obviously. Starts throwing anatomy books. It is a little silly. It is a little silly that people are still like, is it pee? No. 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 Having an orgasm and ejaculating during an orgasm is not urinating. I know this sounds so crazy. Unbelievable even, but it's the truth. It's the truth. I'm addicted to the truth. I love the truth. I find it to be very erotic. I find the truth to be very sexy. I wasn't feeling particularly confident in my ability to seduce the poet. I'm still not. I like for some reason feel like I'm gonna screw it up or do something that he's like the continual fear that like he's gonna discover that he doesn't like me or want me. But then I was getting ready. I was putting on this outfit today, and I was like, okie dokie, you need to wear the outfit so it's appropriate for stream, but also functional for my uses. So before on stream, before Twitch changed the TOS, and I was allowed to wear slightly different garments in a different configuration, I was much more covered up. And it was impossible to fuck my brains out unless you were to like cut through layers and layers of fabric or to tear them off because they were so incorporated and so part of the outfit, so that when I was on stream it was all really covered up. But because of Twitch's TOS rejigging, them in particular banning hips, so I have to wear like skirts and dresses now, and so like I have to like cover my hips. You can't even see the curvature of my hip underneath tights. Like they're like, no, it's not even enough like if you wear tights. You can't just wear like your hips out with tights on even. So now that I'm wearing this big fluffy skirt, I have shorts on underneath the skirt. It's not a bodysuit. There aren't like layers and layers of tights or like all these other like interlocking fabric configurations to hold it all in and to keep it all there. Good. No. Twitch has made this perfectly fuckable now in the most down and dirty and erotic way imaginable. Before, you would have had to like take a knife and cut through layers of fabric to get to anything. Now, I'm wearing a pair of shorts and panties over top of my garters and stockings so that I can go to the bathroom. I need to be able to go to the bathroom, and before, with all of the layers that I was wearing, to ensure that I was maintaining the previous TOS, it actually took me like so much undressing to get down to myself. But now because of the new TOS, well, it's actually much easier to get down to it. You can just tear the shorts and the panties right off. You wouldn't even disturb my pretty red garters or my gorgeous white socks. I could keep my shoes on. It's way more fuckable. Like, it is a fantasy of basically every guy watching that you're my boyfriend, and that when I go on break, you just sort of turn me around and fill my pussy and leave me all discombobulated and flushed from cum. And then you like step out of frame and I turn back around and I sit down and I press go live again, right? But that wasn't, it was so funny to me because men had expressed this fantasy to me before. And I was like, no, it's not possible. Like the layers, the way that my costumes are, the way that my outfits are to like apply to TOS, that's just not possible. It's just not possible. And then Twitch changed the TOS. And now those dreams, absolutely possible. I mean, I feel like it would take less time for you to get into my pussy than it would for you to get your cock out of your pants now. Thank you, Twitch. I couldn't have done this without you. I never would have put this together in this configuration without Twitch's guidance, without Twitch's insistence, without Twitch's terms of service. Just a quick question, what fragrance do you wear? I wear Dylan Purple, the name D-Y-L-A-N, Dylan, and then the color purple by Versace. I love Dylan Purple by Versace. It's amazing. Yeah, it's my favorite. I literally love it so fucking much, without exaggeration. I have the box. I have the box that the gift set comes in right here, because it's a nice box and it's pretty. It makes me happy to look at. Oh, and it smells so good too. Yeah, this is my favorite. Dylan Purple. My favorite. This box just lives over here. I was like, where do I put this box? I don't want to throw it out. I want to keep it. And I was like, oh, just keep it right there. That's nice. Oh yeah, and I also had this plan. that I would like take a selfie. So cute. And then you guys would pay me for it. Do you guys want to gift me as many subs? Do you guys want to do a sub auction for the Polaroid? How much would you pay for the Polaroid? Oh, and close. I hope it's a good one. Oh no, I maybe should have adjusted the camera scope. It might be like really zoomed in. Oh my. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, with a lipstick print on the back? I'd maybe do it on the front. Oh no, it's okay. It's a good one. Don't worry, guys. Here. Aw, so cute. You don't even need the Polaroid. You can just like screenshot it and there you go. Oh, it's so sweet. You see my couch in the background? And I'm like, oh no, you can see the window. Is that okay? Are you gonna be able to hunt me down and gut me like a fucking animal if you can see a corner of the window in the picture? You always have to be aware of that. Nope, totally safe. Totally safe. Oh, it's scary though. You guys, sorry, it's scary. The pillows on the couch in the background. The pillows on the couch in the background look scary. Look like a person. Scary. It looks like AI nonsense back there. It's a cute picture though. Okay, you guys can now, let's see. Demon. Demon is going to win the Polaroid because he has gifted 20 subs. He's the winner. Congratulations. Congratulations on your Polaroid, Demon. Oops. I drooped it. Stay put. There we go. That reminds me, do people send stuff to your P.O. box, not from Amazon, from other official retailers? Yes, I've gotten, yeah. Some people don't want to send to a P.O. box ever. They're pretty insistent on like, nope, never going to send to a P.O. box. But I have had things sent to my P.O. box. Yeah. From non-Amazon, for sure. Do you like corsets? Are they comfortable and easy to wear? I do like corsets. A well-fitted, well-constructed, high-quality corset is comfortable to wear. Low-quality, cheap corsets are dangerous and not comfortable. And I mean actually dangerous. You could die from wearing a corset. That's not well-made. Because the boning can come loose and break free, and it can puncture your lung, and that can kill you quickly. Yep. So I love corsets, but also you have to recognize that they're dangerous pieces of clothing. It's not like a skirt or a dress. It's a restrictive piece of clothing. Yes. Oh, I love the corsets. I do. This one I bought before I knew a lot about them. I still don't know a lot about corsets, but I do know that for sitting down and like kind of laying down as I do, and I also have a kind of short torso, or like I don't have a long torso. These corsets are better for standing up and walking around all day. Sitting down in this one is pushing so much on the underside of my tits and making them very painful. Yes, but I survive for you. Trying to figure out what I'm going to wear on my date tonight. And I'm like really battling the desire to just wear like a huge oversized sweater and gigantic baggy pants. And I'm like, no, don't dress like a 12-year-old boy on your date. But I'm like, okay, how can I wear something that is very comfortable, very warm, and still sexy? Okay, I got some ideas. I have this long sleeve knit dress. I have a long sleeve knit dress. I have it in black and in white. I was kind of too fat to wear it before, but I'm not fat at all anymore, so I think I can wear it now. And I'm like, if I wear that with like yoga leggings underneath, then that's basically just like a sweater and yoga pants, you know what I mean? And that's pretty fucking comfortable, but it's still sexy. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. I also was just looking through my closet recently, and I was like, oh, I totally forgot that I had this dress. I love your Katy Perry costume. Oh my god, so Katy Perry. Oh my fucking god. Thank you for telling me that I look like the queen of flops. Yes, thank you. We love a flop. Oh, a long sleeve knit dress. I keep hearing nips dress. A long sleeve nip dress. A long sleeve knit, N-I-T. Yes, yes, like it's like a knit dress. That's so funny. And wear pantyhose under the leggings? No, that's too, no. I would just wear the leggings and then like thick socks and like maybe my boots. Because again, the guy that I'm going on a date with is 6'8" tall. He's so big. He is so big and so tall that I feel compelled to dress in a way that signals to everyone around us that I'm older than I might appear. Like on our first date, I wore a turtleneck and my glasses. Because I was like, try to look like you're like older than you are even. Is it a walking around date? No, I think we're gonna go see a movie. Like, I feel like we're gonna go to a restaurant and like have some drinks and like maybe eat some nachos and then go to a movie and then probably come back here and he's probably gonna want me to suck his dick again. And to be honest, he's so tall. When he stood up and I was sucking his dick, I was like, I can almost stand and do this. This is crazy. Holy shit, he's like NBA player. Yes, he's so tall that it is ingrained in him that before he stands up, he really needs to check to make sure he's not gonna bump his head into something because he's that tall. So I try to make myself look older. Rightest, exactly. And then would you wear heeled boots? No. I thought about wearing heeled. I have like a pair of heeled boots that make me about 9 inches taller, which makes me like 5'11", 5'-ish. But I'm like, no, I don't need to do that. It's fine. How big is his penis? It's big. Please stop. You don't need to know how big it's obviously big. You're right. Yeah, North's allowed to say the word boot. This guy's got tuna can dick. 1 inch long, 12 inches around. That's called a chode. For those of you who are too young to know. That has a name. It's called a chode. Excited for our date tonight. It's gonna be fun. Gonna be jazzy. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if he would come to Comic-Con with me. I'm like trying to think like who he could dress up as and what, because he has a 3D printer, so I'm gonna get him to help me with my Lilith Morningstar cosplay to 3D print the horns and the crown. So I'm really excited for that. And I'm like, I wonder if he would like to come to TwitchCon. Sorry, not to TwitchCon, to Comic-Con. And then I'm like, oh my god, he's so tall, he'd be able to do some really good cosplays. And so I'm like, what cosplays would be good for a really tall guy? I thought you said if he was so big he would hurt you. It's true. Yes, it's very, very possible that like when he and I do like sexual intimacy, that like if he's not careful he could hurt me. And I've expressed to him that I'm not interested in that, and he's like, no, I'm also not interested in that. So we shall see. But the real question is, would he eat your ass? Yes, yeah, he does. He would, yeah. He was about to like pick me up and turn me around when I was sucking his dick, but I think he refrained out of respect for the fact that we were on our first date. Do I need to sub for permission? No, you need to give 25 subs for permission. That's a lot more. Make him Gojo. No, I'm not gonna make him Gojo. Gojo's not 6'8". Gojo's not that tall. I just Googled Lilith. Holy moly, that dress. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. I feel like I'm gonna do a stealth corset underneath the dress. Because there's not a corset on the outside of her dress. But her waist looks fucking so snatched. I love it. God, that's a good way to end a first date. Yeah, I'm fun to date. Unless they need to access channels in the Discord, in which case, yeah, sub only. Oh, yeah, that's so funny. Permissions. Oh, God. I am Snow White. I am Snow White. Oh, I'm meeting all these guys on Tinder. Meeting all these Tinder men. Okay, like Mr. Daddy. So Mr. Daddy is a 54-year-old man. He is by far the oldest guy I've ever dated or slept with. But I also was like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know. I truly, I was like really struggling with finding the words to tell him that I wasn't sure about continuing to see him. And so I said, I'm having conflicting feelings about seeing each other again. His response was, why is that? I figured as much, but I would like you to share why or what you're feeling. I've enjoyed getting to know you, and you're such a good girl, and you're beautiful in and out, and if you aren't feeling it, I respect that. I was like, oh God, oh my God, it's so hard to tell him no. It's so hard to tell him no. I said, I feel overwhelmed with you. It's exciting, but it also makes me worried. And he said, okay, thank you for sharing. I want to bring you happiness, not anxiety. I'll leave it up to you if you want to see me again. No pressure, no hard feelings. I loved our night together as it is. So that's good. That's best case scenario right there. So I guess I'm just going to like take the weekend to see how I feel, go on dates with other people, and I will get back to you on Monday about how everything goes. And more than that, what could anyone ask? Who shall we raid today? Who's stramming? His response was very good. Was very good. It was basically the only good response. There was like a lot of bad ways that he could have responded to that, but he didn't. He did the good response, which makes me feel receptive to the idea that like maybe being with him is overwhelming, but it's okay. How do I know this Twitch streamer? How do I know this Twitch streamer? They're being recommended to me. And I'm like, why? How do I know them? Did I see a meme of them on Reddit? I can't remember. Anyways, we're rating them. Enjoy. Have a good rest of your day, guys.